había Goya.
You know that guy there, that Dante?
Yeah.
He's a MPA student at ASU.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Tempe City Council meeting here at the Tempe History Museum for October 17, 2019. For those that are able, could you please rise for a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. With that, next item on our agenda is our meeting minutes. Councilmember Granville. He's not here. Councilmember Keating.
Thank you, Mayor. I move we approve items A, 1, and 2.
It's been moved by Councilmember Keating. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion does carry. Councilmember Keating.
Thank you, Mayor. I move we approve items B, 1 through 9.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Keating, second by Councilmember Arredondo Savage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion does carry forward. Next, I have a reports and announcements. I'm going to come down to the podium.
I gotta get the whole package. Thank you, guys. Smart.
All right. Could Judy Yates and Linda Cano please come down to the podium?
Okay.
You can stand right here. Whenever I give speeches or talk to mayors across the country about Tempe, I always tout about how engaged the citizens of Tempe are and how engaged our community is. I have always touted that we have an engaged citizenry, and everyday residents taking the time to give back and take part of our community organizations. Tonight, we are recognizing such a great individual for our community named Judy Yates, who we want to thank her for dedicating 19 years of organizing and producing the Tempe Town Lake 4th of July Festival for the Kiwanis Club of Tempe. The proceeds of this event support local children and the youth organizations, and Judy has really played a huge role in making this event successful. Judy had her last season, her last 4th of July celebration organizing the event this past 4th of July. We have been lucky to benefit, she's all happy, but we have been lucky to benefit from her professionalism, her background in managing events and working in the hospitality industry. On behalf of the Special Events Department and the City of Tempe and especially the City Council, I'd like to present Judy with a key to the city and a certificate of appreciation for her hard work, her loyalty, and for the event that she has greatly produced in the City of Tempe. And thank you for all that you have done for the great city. Thank you.
Linda, get in there.
Linda, get in.
Linda, get in there. Linda, get in. Come in there.
I'm in every picture. That's awesome. I'm in every picture.
So now you can come back and volunteer with all your spare time.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Hi, Judy. Thank
Thank you, Judy. At this time, I would like to call down Jeremy King, Gloria McDowell from Kids Zone, if you could please come forward. You know, Kids Zone has been a staple in our Tempe schools for more than 28 years, providing morning and after school care to children in K through 5th grade. As many Tempe parents know, it's an amazing program that offers our kids homework, free enrichment classes, as well as a little fun after-school programming. The City of Tempe is also lucky to have such an amazing and award-winning staff and award-winning program in order to promote the importance of our after-school programs such as Kids Zone. We'll be recognizing Keeping the Lights On After School Day, and I have a proclamation that I'd like to read for that, and it states, whereas the citizens of Tempe stand firmly committed to the quality after-school programs and opportunities because they provide safe, challenging, and engaging learning experiences that help children develop social, emotional, as well as physical and academic skills, support working families by ensuring the children are safe and productive after the regular school day ends, build stronger communities by involving students, parents, business leaders, and adult volunteers in the lives of young people, thereby promoting positive relationships among youth, families, and adults, engaging families, schools, and the community partners in advancing the welfare of our children. And whereas programs such as the Tempe Kids Zone Enrichment Program have provided significant leadership in the area of community involvement in the education and well-being of our youth, grounded in the principle that quality after-school programs are key to helping our children become successful adults. Lights On After School is the national celebration of after-school programs held this year on October 24th, 2019, and promotes the importance of quality after-school programs in the lives of children's families and our communities. More than 28 million children in the U.S. have parents who work outside of their home, and 19.4 million children have no place to go after school. So while many after-school programs across the country are facing funding shortfalls so severe that they are being forced to close the doors or turn off their lights. And whereas the city of Tempe is committed to investing in the health and safety of all young people by providing and expanding learning opportunities that will help close the achievement gap and prepare young people to compete in the global economy. Now, therefore, I, Mark Mitchell, Mayor of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare October 24th, 2019 as Lights On After School Day. So thank you, Jeremy, as well, and thank you to Gloria. All right, can we have Dan Braddock, Carrie Reether, Craig Hayton, Sean Wagner, and Keith Burke please come on down? For those of you who do not know, the Kiwanis Tempe Center has been recently honored for excellence as a 2019 States Tennis Association and Arizona Parks Recreation Association Outstanding Facility Award winner. The Kiwanis Tennis Center has a 43-year history serving the Tempe community with quality tennis programs and facilities. Renovations were completed earlier this year. Let's turn to watch a short video to learn more about the enhancements that qualified them for this great award.
We have 15 brand new courts with post-tension concrete and plexi-cushion prestige. We also have new 50-foot LED lights. We have spectator benches between all of the courts so that no matter where you are, you can watch a match up close and personal.
1, 2, 3,
We also added a feature that no other public facility has of this size in the country with PlaySight technology. So we have 2 cameras on every court that records your match or your practice. You can live stream it so that we have a junior tournament going on right now where the grandparents in Florida could be watching Tempe tennis right here.
This is really truly amazing. We can't thank staff enough and our residents for giving us the resources to really provide such a high quality product for our residents. It's really exciting, and the way the courts have turned out is just phenomenal. And we're very fortunate to be here in the city of Tempe to have such great amenities.
The original tennis facility was built in 1975, so it lasted over 40 years, and so the city made the investment to have all brand new facility. We pride ourselves in our programs. We have lots of programs for tennis players, and if you're not a tennis player, we want to teach you tennis. So we have some of the greatest instructors, pros here.
It's a great, exciting time to be in Tempe, and we're going to continue to improve our facilities throughout our city, and this is the standard. So this is a phenomenal facility. Thanks to all our residents.
All right, if you guys haven't seen it, you really got to go check out those tennis courts. So let's give our staff a round of applause. City of Tempe is always investing in our current assets, and our staff is doing an incredible job providing the variety of programs, leagues, and lessons. In fact, the inaugural Tempe City Championships begin today, and they run all the way through Sunday. This tennis tournament hosts 115 tennis players from across the state of Arizona and features divisions for both skill level as well as age. So again, before I give another round of applause, after that video, I was talking to I saw these really athletic tennis people there, and I'm like, where are you guys from? They had they had Mississippi State, Illinois, Arizona State, and TCU playing a tournament on our courts. And I'm like, well, what did you think? And they're like, oh my God, these courts are great. When we first heard that we were going to play at a city facility, we were like, really? But then when we got here, they're like, holy cow, this is better than ours. And we're talking NCAA level. So it's really rewarding to see what's happening in our community and to get the affirmation from an NCAA college programs to say, hey, this is a really good quality court. So hats off to our staff, and let's congratulate the Tennis Center staff again for recognizing them for earning the 2019 USTA Arizona Parks and Recreation Association Outstanding Facility Awards.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. It's not even on the agenda. It's on the recession agenda.
Thank you. I know some of you have to leave because you got a tournament going on, so thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Now this next announcement is pretty cool. Could we have Matt Lowry and Bob Penna from Big Surf Water Park come on down? You know, growing up in Tempe, Big Surf was always a big attraction and excitement, not only for our residents, but for visitors as well. And today we're here helping celebrate the 50 years of astounding businesses and entertainment. I know I'll never understand the engineering expertise that it takes to create those waves there at Big Surf. But one thing I do know is no other business fits Tempe's motto of making waves in the desert more than Big Surf. And with that, I have a proclamation for Big Surf. I don't know, is Bob, or is Bob here and Matt? I was going to give it to our staff, but I do have a proclamation for Big Surf where it states, from the beginning, Big Surf Water Park was a scientific masterpiece, being the first wave pool in North America to generate consistent 3 to 5 foot waves. Phil Dexter, the creator of the wave generating machine, bought 20 acres in Tempe, Arizona, where he envisioned the surfer's paradise. And in 1969, Phil took that 20 acres lot and added 4 million gallons of water and 185 surfboards and established the Big Surf Water Park. And whereas the American Society of Mechanical Engineers honored the wave machine in 2013 for its creativity and expert design, and whereas Big Surf's water park has been around for 50 years, but has served as more than just a surfing center. The park has also served as an incredible concert venue, including visits from Pink Floyd, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Elton John, the Beach Boys, Sting, Rod Stewart, and much more. And whereas the City of Tempe honors Big Surf's water park for its incredible partnership over the years, along with their contributing to the exciting and unique amenities in Tempe that Tempe offers. Now, therefore, I, Mark Mitchell, Mayor of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declares October 17th, 2019 as Big Surf Water Park 50th anniversary. Let's give Big Surf a round of applause. All right, the next announcement. If we could have, we have a lot of people, if you come forward to the side of the podium. This is National Bully Prevention Month, not in our town. You got to wear orange for anti-bullying. So if we could invite some of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Commission members up, Jack Mash, Reagan Hatch, Shay Cotero, Sophia Perano, Rachel Russell, Isias Kelly, Adea Austin, and Liliana Pearson. Could you please come forward? And from our schools, thank you. Let's give our schools a round of applause. We have Superintendent Christine Bush. If you can come on down. We have Board President Patrick Morales. I don't know if is Patrick here. We also have Vice President Monica Trejo. We have Board Member Charlotte Windsor and Board Member Rochelle Wells. Please come up. We also have from our Tempe Union High School District, we have Superintendent Dr. Kevin Mendeville, and we have our School Board President, Ms. Burdetta Hodge. And from Kyrene, we have our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Mark Knight. If Mark is here, he can come on down. And representing for the Yes for Tempe Kids campaign at Gilliland Middle School, our art teacher, we have Ms. Paige Reeser. Let's give them a round of applause. I want to thank them for being here. About National Bullying Month, and we're going to sign the Not in Our Town pledge so we can all stand up to all forms of hate, bigotry, and bullying. So if we could, we are going to come down, the council members, can you all come down? We're going to do a quick picture, if we could figure that out. I don't know how. Maybe if you guys stand, if the council members stand up right behind, in front of the table, or the dais here.
To leave my computer.
But I just want to say that bullying affects youth in Tempe every day, and the results can be devastating. This is really important, not only to me as the mayor of Tempe, but it's also as a father, it's important to me. It's vital that we all work together to increase awareness about this issue and support anti-bullying efforts in October and throughout the year. At the last council meeting, Councilmember Keating asked us to bring forward this item forward. So before I read the proclamation, if we all could come down and sign the pledge, Not in Our Town right now. And I know Councilmember Keating would like to say a few words.
Sure.
Yeah, we're going to get photos first. I don't know how. Come on this way. Why don't you guys stand right here?
Oh, yeah, come down there. All right.
Can we? Will we or can we?
Just stand up here. Just go right here. I can't get you right here. Joel, you're already tall. You don't need to be up there. If you're up there, you're not going to get you.
Okay, okay.
All right, everybody come over here. Camilo, Netta. There's a pin here. We'll sign the pledge. I know there's some pictures of us signing it. I know.
Yeah. John, vice mayor.
There we go, right there.
And as I mentioned earlier, at a last council meeting, Councilmember Keating asked to bring this item forward. So before I read a proclamation, I'm going to ask Councilmember Keating, he'd like to say a few words.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to quickly thank yourself and the council for allowing me to bring this forward. Our school leaders, our teachers and administrators and elected officials that help run our schools for taking time out of your busy schedule. I know how demanding all those jobs are. To come here and do this with us really means a lot to me. Kids, I was a kid once, and I remember that, kids can be unbelievably cruel to each other. And you look back at things you said and did when you were much younger, and you're like, wow, I can't even believe I thought that was acceptable. So, bullying is an issue that's near and dear to my heart. Especially now with the impersonal nature of the internet, I can't even imagine what kids must be going through with cyberbullying. I mean, being an elected official, of course, you all know we take a beating online quite a bit, but to be, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old and have what I know the child's behavior must be, and now you have the anonymous and impersonal way to attack people. I couldn't even imagine having to deal with that. So I'm very proud of the city of Tempe. I'm very proud of you all for being here. And I know we're going to light up City Hall orange for the next week in acknowledgement of the International Anti-Bullying Day. So thanks again, Mayor and Council. It's been great that you guys took the time to be here. Thank you.
And in speaking in true fashion of the Bullying Month, I do have a proclamation where it states more than 1 out of every 5 students will be bullied this year. Bullying is a community-wide issue, and it must no longer be ignored or thought of as a rite of passage, because every child has a right to feel safe as well as supported. And whereas bullying directly affects a student's ability to learn, students who are bullied often do not want to go to school. They often find it difficult to concentrate, to show a decline in grades, or lose self-esteem or self-confidence and self-worth. And moreover, students can also suffer from long-term impacts of being bullied, such as depression, anxiety, or mental health issues. And whereas students can be especially effective in bullying intervention, more than 55% of the bullying situations will stop when a peer intervenes. Students' education on how to address bullying is critical, as is the support of adults. And whereas silence is not acceptable response to bullying adults, students and educators in Tempe vow today to not take away when they see bullying, and to be committed to empowering the community with options to respond, because every person's action matters. We all have a role to play. And whereas the city of Tempe is signing the Not in Our Town petition to advocate and take action to create a world without bullying by uniting for kindness and acceptance as well as inclusion. Now, therefore, I, Mark Mitchell, Mayor of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declares October 2019 as Bullying Prevention Month in Tempe, Arizona. So again, thank you to all our educators, the Mayor's Youth Advisory students, and teachers and school board members and community members. Thank you so much, as well as the council and Councilmember Keating for bringing this item forward. And with that, I'm done with my announcements.
Thank you.
With that, I now turn to our city manager for announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. A couple of announcements regarding new hires and promotions here in the city. I'd like to first welcome our first director, permanent director of our municipal utilities department, a new department here at the city of Tempe. Mr. Terry Picars is here. If you could stand up, be recognized. Thank you, Terry. Terry comes to us most recently from the Central Arizona Project, but also worked for quite a few years for the city of Phoenix, and we are very excited to have him aboard. Secondly, I'd like to introduce Jeremy King, who's also here. Stand up, Jeremy. He is the new deputy director of a position we just created in this budget year. That's in internal services, and it was the deputy director in charge of employee and organizational development. So congratulations, Jeremy. And Jeremy came to us as an internal promotion from our Kids Zone program, where he was the manager. Lastly, we have an interim promotion. I'd like to recognize Tara Ford is here. Tara, thank you. She has recently been promoted as an interim basis as the Deputy Director of Municipal Utilities for our water utility. So thank you for stepping up, Tara. We really appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
With that, next item on our agenda is our consent agenda. All the items listed on the consent agenda will be considered as a group and will be enacted with one motion by the City Council unless an item is removed for separate consideration. Members of the public may remove public hearing items for separate consideration. Public hearing items are designated by an asterisk, and council members may remove any item for separate consideration. If you wish to speak on a public hearing item, please fill out a speaker's card, which can be found in the back of the room. And I will call, when it's your turn to come up and speak, I will call on you. And right now, I have consent agenda items as follows. Miscellaneous items 5A1 through 5A8, with the exception of item 5A8, which is being pulled for separate consideration and is now being recommended for approval. And item 5A7 is still being recommended for denial. Item 5A2 requires a 2/3 vote from the council members. It may, so just want to let you know on item 5A2. And then there's awards and bids of contracts, items 5B1 through 5B7. And we have resolutions, items 5C1 through 5C23. Now, any of the items that I read, if they are a public hearing item, they can be removed by a member of the public for separate consideration. And if anyone would like to have a public hearing or item number removed from the public, could you please get my attention? Okay. Any items for removal from the council? Councilman Navarro.
5B5, 5C16, 5C20.
5B5, 5C16, and 5C20.
Yeah.
Ms. Councilmember Adams.
Yes, I'd like to pull 5B7.
5B7.
And you pulled the liquor ones, right?
And just so you know, items 5B5, 5C16, 5C20, 5B7. We've also asked if item 5A, let's see,
5A7.
A2.
item 5A8 is actually being pulled because that now is being recommended for approval.
5A7.
No, 5A, it's been, 5A7 is still being recommended for denial. Does anybody want to? Oh, yeah, Craig Miller. Did you want that pulled?
Do we have to vote on this?
Yep. So 5A7. Anything else? I'm going to repeat them. Items that are pulled are items 5A7, 5A8, 5B5, and 5B7, 5C16, and 5C20. With those items being pulled, is there a motion to approve the items with the exception of the items I just mentioned? It's been moved by Vice Mayor Kuby, seconded by Councilmember Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion passes 7-0. So we're going to go to item 5A7. Mr. Miller. Please come to the podium and state your name and place of residence for the record.
Pete Shellstrade for MPS Distillery
If you
LLC.
can, and I know it's going to be hard, but if you can, try to speak as close as you can to the microphone.
Okay. I represent MPS Distillery LLC. Quite frankly, I'm a little confused as to why we're having a hearing on this application. We filed a withdrawal of the application with the liquor department at the end of September, and I've been querying the liquor department as to why they keep telling the city of Tempe that there's an application pending. I've spoken to their attorney for the liquor department, and he can't give me any reasons as to why that's the case. We're kind of we're not withdrawing the application because we don't think you should get the license. My client shouldn't get the license. We're withdrawing because we don't want the license. He doesn't want to continue in the business. That's all. So what we'd like to do is we don't want to have you recommend approval. So we don't want to go through taking all the time of showing his capability, qualifications, reliability, or to respond to any allegations that he shouldn't get the license. So we're not asking that you recommend approval, but we are asking that you not recommend denial, because what that does is that triggers a statute that requires us to go up in front of the liquor board. And then it's another hearing and takes more time. I mean, this whole process is supposed to be recommend the issuance of a liquor license. And if there's no one that wants the liquor license, then what are we doing here? I mean, that's just common sense. So what we would ask is that you make a motion to make no decision on this application. That way the department, if they still want to bring this matter to the board, they can, but we don't have to go to the board.
I'd like to, if I can have our legal respond to Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. It is our understanding, based upon an informal conversation with the State Liquor Board, that they are recommending that the City Council not postpone this matter, but make a decision either way, which is consistent with Title IV, Section 201. The governing body of the city, town, or county shall then enter an order recommending approval or disapproval within 60 days after the filing of the application. You are a recommending body. You're not making the final decision tonight.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, if I may point out in your materials, if you look down at, it says, what you're authorized to do. It says you can recommend approval, 1, 2, recommend denial, or 3, make no recommendation. And it's the number 3 option that I can't say applicant because we don't have an application pending, but that's what we're requesting you do.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
May I ask a question, Judy? So can he withdraw I know he's not even applying, but is that a possibility they can ask for it to be withdrawn?
As I understand it, Vice Mayor, there is a withdrawal process. It is my understanding, again, from an informal conversation that I believe was had with Tempe PD, that the investigation process has not been completed by the state, and so they have not made a decision on the application for withdrawal.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, if I may say, the application process is very straightforward. It's the Liquor Department promulgated a rule is to address that. It's one sentence. It says that an applicant that wishes to withdraw the application shall submit to the department a deactivation form prescribed by the department. That's this form that I'm holding in my hand. It's on an official department form. It's been signed and notarized and accepted by the licensing department September 30th of this year. So we followed all the rules and procedures. I guess what I'm saying is you don't have to take a side of whether the application is pending or not. You can have an option of making no decision concerning this matter, and then we have the option then later on, or the department has the option to whether they want to pursue the matter from the board or not. But you're just not you're not picking sides on this in the situation.
Peter? Yes, Councilmember King?
I would like to make a motion that we neither approve or deny.
Second.
It's been moved to not make a decision, not to approve or deny.
No recommendation.
No recommendation. Councilmember Hernando Savage?
I understand that that's an option, but I think that's kind of standard wording. Don't we normally have that on our agenda items anyway? I guess my thought is I just want to make sure that we're following the process to the T in regards with the State Liquor Board too. I don't want to get sideways with them.
Right, I think the council's option in this situation would be to recommend approval, denial, or recommend a postponement of this matter. But I think that the city is obligated to act in some fashion.
Well,
There's been a motion by Councilmember Keating to have no recommendation, and then there's been a seconded by Councilmember Navarro.
Is that the same as delay?
It's, good question.
Councilmember Navarro?
So why is it stated in our document as an option 1, 2, or 3, with 3 being no recommendation?
Council members, I am not prepared to answer that specific question. I would ask perhaps that Anna Churin from Tempe Police Department come up and be able to address some more of the detailed questions that you have with regard to this application.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, it's in the state statute that allows the local governing authority to do one of 3 things, and those are the 3 things that are mentioned in your agenda item. And I could find that statute for you if you want me to. I could show your council that now if you wish me to.
Okay. Anna Churin, can you come forward?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Anna Churin. I'm the licensing specialist with the Tempe Police Department. My role with the department is to conduct background investigations on all liquor licenses and specialty licenses. I work closely with the Arizona Department of Liquor, and we are to ensure ARS Title IV is adhered to and maintained by all City of Tempe businesses and licenses. Our goal during this process is to provide a successful outcome for the businesses and applicants by ensuring public safety and Title IV has been adhered to. This business is applying for a Series 18 craft distillery license. This business applied for the same license in July of 18. At that time, I completed a background check and recommended approval. Then in July of 19, I received the application again, and I contacted the Department of Liquor to find out why it was going through the same process again. That's when I found out that the applicant had never paid their final liquor license fees to the Department of Liquor. During my background investigation, I found multiple evidence that this applicant and owner had been in violation of ARS 244.41 and had been dealing in liquor in Arizona for the last possibly year, but at least since July to August of 19 without an active liquor license. I can continue to provide you a couple more reasons for our disapproval. Fire is recommending a disapproval, and tax and licensing also has some information. As far as the recommendation of not recommended, I do have the statute handy. The local governing body can provide a recommendation of disapproval, approval, or no recommendation. No recommendation would prevent this from being able to go to a hearing at Liquor Board.
It would prevent it?
Prevent it. So I think council should know that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
On our memo, it says that no recommendation, it says this may result in a public hearing.
It would prevent it from immediately going to a Liquor Board hearing unless the state has reasons to send it to a hearing, and the state does. The state being the Department of Liquor.
The state does?
They do. They are protesting they have an open investigation, an open criminal complaint against the applicant and owner, and they are planning on protesting the license.
Yeah. Councilmember Navarro, then Councilmember Adams.
So with that being said, then a no recommendation, what you're saying is it might not go to a hearing, but I think you're indicating that it will go to a hearing.
Possibly. I can't speak to that. DLLC would answer that better, or the Liquor Board would answer that better.
Councilmember Adams?
Can you explain the ongoing criminal investigation?
Yes. So as I mentioned, during my background investigation, I found evidence that pointed that the applicant and owner was dealing in alcohol without a liquor license. I brought that to the attention of DLLC, and an investigation started where there were site visits, interviews, and different things that were done, and we did find that that was the case. Department of Liquor has 25 open criminal complaints against the owner.
So, Councilman Navarro?
Just one thing. What was fire's concern?
I'm sorry, I didn't
What
hear
was
you.
fire's concern?
I'll let Fire speak to that.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Brandon Siebert. I'm a fire inspector with the Tempe Fire Medical Rescue Department. As part of the licensing process through the city of Tempe and the requirements with the Tempe City Code, the fire department conducted a fire inspection at MPS Distilling on September 26th and observed a total of 11 fire code violations. I can go through them briefly if you would like, Councilmember Navarro.
Go ahead and do a couple.
2 out of the 11 were basic violations in the form of exit signs and emergency lights needing batteries, and then also a fire extinguisher needing service. The remaining violations were all related to hazardous materials. In this case, ethanol, 192 proof grain alcohol. The basis of the hazardous materials violations were that the maximum allowable amount or quantity of that specific type of ethanol was approximately 120 gallons in this type of occupancy, and the containers contained in the occupancy could have a potential for in upwards of about 3,000 gallons. So we were in the way that fire code calculates the quantities of hazardous materials, we were grossly over capacity in that case, which then brings a slew of other violations for safety considerations for that much hazardous material.
Councilmember Keating?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to withdraw my original motion, and I would like to make a motion for denial.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Keating and seconded by Councilmember Hernando Savage.
Mr.
Robin?
Mayor,
That we hear from tax and licensing too? I mean, I think that we've heard from police and from fire.
Sure, and then we'll
Is
go
that
back
okay?
to Peter.
Right, I want to just make sure we get it on record, so, not yet.
Wait,
From
Peter,
tax
wait,
and
we're going to hear from
license
tax and license first.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question, so I'd ask you to repeat it, please.
What's that? Some of your concerns in regards for the denial.
My name is Bruce Smith. I'm the licensing supervisor in internal services. The reason tax and license is interested in this is at the initiation of an application and an investigation, we require the applicant to pay an application fee, and that fee has not been paid. It's a $500 one-time fee to help us defer the costs as we initiate the investigation and the process. I would like to make one other comment, not related to the fee itself, but the no recommendation. This is an issue where we've received an application. We spent our time investigating the properties, and both the police department and the fire department, and then tax and license has found cause to not recommend an approval. And so it's not like we're just glassing over something where we have no findings. This is a case where we've actually found a number of violations against the city ordinance, and from our perspective, we would not be doing our due diligence if we were not to report that to the liquor board, or to the Department of Liquor as they are going through their investigation.
Understood. And I would just say, you know, I agree with you, and I think that your findings are very important, not only to me, but I'm sure I speak for the council, what you do and your responsibility. So thank you for taking it seriously and bringing us the facts.
as a matter of the record, you know, they say there's 25 outstanding complaints. Let me give you some, I was hoping to avoid having to get into this because this is a craft distillery license. The amount of regulations, it's not just the state, but the federal, are voluminous. The operation was they did have an application, it was approved. There was some confusion on the behalf of my client. He didn't have counsel. There was a license that could have been issued. All he had to do was pay the state fee and it would have been issued, but he had paid the city fee and confused that with the state fee. Be that as it may, he conducted an operation in conjunction with another craft distiller. They were producing product. The other craft distiller's license expired, unknown but to my client. And then when he discovered that it was expired, he filed this application to cure that problem. So while this makes it sound bad, there's 25 complaints. Those 25 complaints are the deliveries of product that he was required to do under contract to sell those products. And it's just those 25 locations. It's not 25 open complaints. It's all the same complaint on one type of thing. It just happened to be the 25 locations that he distributed. That's it.
Thank you. All right, with that,
Motion?
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item is item 5A8. It's to hold a public hearing to recommend the approval of a Series 12 restaurant liquor license for the Arizona Spirits LLC, DBA as Arizona Distillery at 601 West University. Is there a motion on item 5A8? Moved by Councilman Navarro. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Chin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion does carry. Next is item 5B5, which is approve the utilization of a one-year Mojave cooperative contract with Clear Wing Systems Integration LLC for the purchase and installation of new theatrical facility lighting controls, dimmers, and relay systems for the Tempe Center for the Arts. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mayor. I just think this, let me get the right one, should be brought up, and I'll have probably Ken Jones talk about where the funding is coming from. I think this is one of those things where seeing our arts tax actually go to work on providing some stuff for the art community. Ken?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ken Jones, Deputy City Manager. There's actually a typo in this. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Councilmember Navarro. It should not say general fund. It's actually coming from the arts fund. And this is purely art funded through the capital program.
We couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat it?
There's a typo on the agenda. It should, the term general fund should be removed. It is funded from cost center 3610. That is correct. That is Fund 36. It's the arts fund.
Okay, great. All right.
So probably note the change.
Yeah.
Should we
it's
note
noted.
that?
It's noted.
Okay. Approved with the change.
There's been a motion by Councilman Navarro for item 5B5 with the changes stated by Mr. Jones. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, that motion does carry forward. Next is item 5B7. Councilmember Navarro.
B7.
Oh, that's Jen.
Or Councilmember Adams, sorry.
Yes, can we have the engineering director?
Item 5B7 is to approve a change order allowance for number 2 for Core Construction, Inc. for the emergency roof repairs and the deck replacement above the council chambers as part of the council chambers remodel, the municipal complex project located at 31 East 5th Street. And hopefully those will get done so we can get back to our council chambers.
Great, so I have some questions regarding this project.
Yep.
Does engineering want to come up, or?
Go ahead and ask them, and I'm sure as they make their way forward, they can answer.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Adams?
So the original contract was $2.35 million, I'm sorry, $2.385 million, correct, for this, for our council chambers to be redone?
Is that correct? Marilyn.
And
Marilyn's going to help me out too.
okay. I know.
Mayor, Councilmember Adams, yes, the original contract with Core Construction was for $2,300,000. I don't see the number here, but you had, the number you had was correct.
Okay, so 2.385 million was our original contract. And then we had a change order before on that of 592,000. Is that,
Correct.
okay.
The change order, yes.
So that's a big change order on a $2.3 million project. And then we have another change order request tonight for $260,000 for the leaking roof. And my concerns are that, and I know we had this discussion a couple months ago about another change order that was, I think, $885,000 or thereabouts for the other project. And I'm concerned that we're not doing a thorough enough job with getting our bids, our original bids in order to have, these are large amounts of change orders to the point of over $850,000 on what was originally a $2.385 million project. And in fact, it was stated that the roof, it's because the roof is leaking, and that wasn't originally in the scope. And the roof has been leaking for many, many years. And in fact, it's leaked into the engineering division for many years. And so I'm really concerned that this was not in the original scope of work. So I'm concerned about the change orders. And I just want to know what your ideas are for resolving these large change orders.
Mayor, Councilmember Adams, if I can speak to the first change order, it was the addition, the first change order was not for a change in the construction job. It was for the addition of the audiovisual package, which we had taken additional time to scope with our consultant and our audiovisual specialists. So the intention had been to add the audiovisual package a month or two subsequent to the original contract for construction. Now this change order is related to the leaking roof, the decking material, as you know, around the tower at the municipal complex. And there are several locations where there is leaking that can be observed in the office areas underneath. We had hoped to do the demolition and find that some patchwork would be appropriate, but what we found is that the membrane had been decayed enough, the sealant in the deck and roof had decayed so much that really it makes more sense, in order to preserve the investment that we're making in the council chambers, to repair the whole thing.
So what in the future are we, is your plan for trying to avoid such large change orders?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Adams. We're actually spending more time up front with respect to, in our CIP process, to ensure that as the partner departments are preparing their capital requests, that we right-size the planning efforts, the design efforts, and attempt to forecast what the construction costs will be. Those can be those can vacillate wildly depending on the availability of labor and materials, but we've been working quite hard to try to better budget the projects up front, which will result in decreased number of change orders.
Okay. Yeah, so I much rather see you take a couple more weeks on a project or whatever it takes to get closer numbers than what we're seeing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on item 5B7? Is there a motion for item 5B7? It's been moved by Vice Mayor Kuby. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Keating. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion passes unanimous. Next is item 5C16. 5C16 is to adopt a resolution authorizing the chief of police or designee to accept grant funds from the Department of Health Services, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, for the Tempe First Responders Opioid Recovery Project, which will increase the ability to prevent opioid fatalities in our community by increasing the capacity for law enforcement and other key stakeholders to carry and administer naloxone and connecting at-risk individuals to ongoing appropriate evidence-based treatments and awareness. This grant also funds a creation of one full-time benefited police officer position to work solely on this project. Councilman Navarro.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to recognize, I mean, this is great for what we're doing in the city of Tempe. for years now, and I go back, 4 to 5 years, starting on a national level, coming down into the community, trying to help the opioid epidemic and doing strategic things within our community, which has now grown within our region. And this is just another additional approach what Tempe is doing to try to be more proactive, going after these types of grants and utilizing these grants in specific ways. Coupled with what fire is doing with the information, coupled with the wastewater treatment research that we're doing with ASU, the city, is going to be known worldwide for trying to produce evidence to try to help reduce opioid addiction in certain areas. Coupling with all this information and data, this is a project that is going to actually add resources to the people that are being affected, getting people the direct help. And I think this is just a big kudos to what the city is doing and what we're trying to achieve, and it's a big thanks to the police department for actually attaining this grant. I'm just going to read something real quick. The grant offers Tempe an amazing opportunity to be in the forefront of opioid response nationally. We are one of the 12 cities, counties, tribal governments selected in this country to have this program. We're going to treat something completely new here, and we'll see over the next 4 years if we can make an impact with people's addiction. All Tempe police officers will be equipped with naloxone and trained in how to use it. If they are out on a call for an opioid overdose and they arrive on scene before Tempe Fire Medical Rescue, they will be able to administer the naloxone, and they will be able to rapidly have a response team from La Frontera Impact, a nonprofit part of the grant. This is a key element of this whole thing. This impact will give or offer up to 60 days professional navigation to help the individual to find the correct source of treatment for their addiction. That's one of the things where we fall short of, is the fact that we lose these individuals at a point when they have a crisis. So we're now going to have the ability to navigate these individuals to the appropriate care to find the appropriate help for their addiction. And with this grant, it also comes with an additional caseworker or an officer to help administer and help kind of control the process and control the naloxone, also provide the data in the study. So I just want to say thank you to this council, but thank you to the police department for establishing this grant. It's going to be one of the biggest things that we are doing here within Tempe, and I hope that this starts getting national attention. I will be going back to New York to be talking about this at a conference, which was started by the mayor of New York. And I think it's showing recognition about what Tempe is doing here. We're showing what New York City, what they can do over there. So I appreciate all the stuff that's going on.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
It's moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by Councilmember Navarro. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion does carry forward. Item 5C20, Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is adopting a resolution to have an agreement with Arizona State University on a pedestrian study project. I just want to encourage staff and our city that obviously our development that we're doing here, in fact, we have cameras here talking about the types of development that we're going to do within our city. It's probably one of the cities that's being recognized the most of how we're doing things strategically and where we're going to put things strategically. But with this being said, we also need to do studies on a variety of levels. We're doing a pedestrian study, but we need to do a traffic study. So I asked the city, the departments, and our city council that when the opportunity comes up to work with ASU on a traffic study, that we help out with that, because the impacts not only are going to include them, but it's going to include us. So I think it's going to help us as we grow. It's going to help us with the developers that are going to be coming within our city, knowing that we're tackling this problem, knowing that we have the studies ready and able to go, and showing that this community can handle anything that comes upon them. So I ask staff in the future, if we do work with ASU, to look at those things.
Is there a motion, Joe?
There's a motion to pass.
There's a motion by Councilman Navarro, seconded by Vice Mayor Cubey. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, that motion does carry. And before we move on, I meant to pull this and I didn't, but we already approved it. I just want to thank, on item 5C21, it's an agreement with Salt River Project to purchase 2.5 megawatts utility scale solar power. And I really want to thank SRP for their partnership. The purchase of these solar panels would take the city of Tempe from 10% all the way up to 20% municipal operations powered by renewable energy. That really does help assist our energy goal that we're trying to be, 100% renewable by 2050 with our own sources. So that's something that should not go unnoticed, and I want to thank SRP for that as well. All right.
One addition.
Vice Mayor Kuby.
Just want to thank Grace Kelly, our energy manager, for negotiating all of that. Great job.
That was good. All right, with that, we're going to move on to our non-consent agenda. I would like to move items on the non-consent agenda, item 6C3 through item 6C6 to the top of the non-consent agenda. And before we get started on items 6C3, 6C4, and 6C5, which I'm going to read all three here in a second, we know that there are some items that still need to be worked out by our staff. And as we go through this agenda and these items, please know that staff has asked that we delay the urban code district and the urban code master plan to our February 13th, 2020 regular council meeting. And at this time, staff is expected to have the bonus program details worked out by then and taking us through a public input process as well. So I wanted to let everyone know that. So if we could, I'm just going to, if it's okay with the council, we're going to take item 6.3 first. And, I got to tell you, this is one of the things that we considered, the council has to consider is how we proactively plan for growth that Tempe is projected to see in the future. The urban code district, the urban district is really set to double by 2040. And that is another, think about it, it's another 45,000 people moving into the urban core. That's a big challenge. And that is what we have in mind as we examine the documents, that we're going to take some extra time with our residents and get some public input as we move forward. So I did want to say that. And then item 6C3, it is a public hearing item. We're going to hold a second final public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing the urban core master plan, a policy-based plan with design guidelines for the urban core master plan and the TOD located within the area generally bounded by the Hardy Drive to the west and Union Pacific Railroad to the south, Loop 101, and our city limits to the east and Loop 202 to the north. And the applicant is the city of Tempe. Hopefully with what I just read earlier, that the master plan, we're looking at moving that off to February. So we are going to take some public comment now because we do have the cards for item 6C3. Mr. Seifer? I know, should we take, if I could ask legal, should we take all three of these at the same time? Take them individually.
Mayor, my recommendation would be that you separate out item 6C4, which is the major general plan amendment. That can still be approved if the council chooses, or you can vote to postpone.
Okay. So, Mr. Seifer, you could talk item 6C3 and 6C5.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'll get to 6C4.
Mayor and Council, my name's Stu Seifer. I've been a resident of Tempe since 1970. Tonight I'm representing the Tempe Historic Preservation Foundation, and since June we've been evaluating the Urban Core Master Plan and the Urban Code District with regard to issues of historic preservation. And we've met on numerous occasions with the staff regarding this document. And first of all, I must say they've been extremely responsive to our concerns. The document is, for the most part, I would say friendly to, in generalities, to historic preservation. The main thing that we're most happy about is that they've identified in their document an area between 4th and 6th Street approximately as what is known as the historic core. And that is defined in the Urban Core Master Plan. It's also referenced somewhat in the Urban Core District. So without going through the whole thing, I commented at the last meeting. Let me just tell you that there are still a couple issues that we have some concerns about. First of all, while the document addresses historic buildings pretty effectively, we feel it could address better are the buildings that are in the historic core from 4th to 6th Street that are not necessarily historic, but they contribute tremendously to the atmosphere of the sense of place and scale that we all love so much about Mill Avenue. So we want to make sure that the taller buildings that are allowed up and down Mill Avenue are not going to overwhelm the scale of that area. That said, very specifically, what we'd like to see is a minimum of a 30-foot step back before you can go high. In other words, they've indicated that you can build buildings up to 50 feet along the frontage, which we support, but to go up higher, up to, in some cases, 90 or even 130 feet, they have to step back at least 30 feet from the frontage. The statement is regarding historic buildings. We want that statement. We'd like to see that statement apply to new buildings that are also in that historic core to maintain the scale of the district. I've gotten indication that they support that verbally, and so we'd like to make sure that it does end up in the document. Secondly, under the maximum building heights in the downtown, and this would apply to a situation where a developer wants to use a PAD and come to the council for approval. Under the existing plan, the historic district was originally had a 90-foot maximum height. They've moved it into a category of 160-foot maximum height in the district. And their reasoning, and it has some validity, is that it's an incentive that before anyone could do that they would have to commit to historic preservation. We think that's 160 feet is excessive, and we'd like to see it moved into the lower category on that map to 130 feet at least. And if the council wants to consider 90 feet, that would be fine, but I know that they will argue that it will reduce the incentive of a developer to come forward and do the right thing as far as historic preservation. And there are some language changes we'd like to see that are minor, that we're very happy that you seem inclined to postpone this to February, so it gives us some time to work some of those details out. And finally, we are also happy that that you want to approve all three documents together. We certainly want to see the UDC, the UCMP together. I should say UCD and UCMP together, and I think also the general plan amendment should also be included, and until the bonus point system is all worked out and all the documents can be carefully coordinated.
Thank you, Stu. All right. Next one for item 6C3 and 6C5, I have Mr. Philip Yates. Please state your name and place of residence for the record.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for the record, my name is Philip Yates, and I'm the president for the Riverside Neighborhood Association. Before I get started, I would like to say that we need to address how we are heard. There are a lot of people that can't even hear what we're saying. I'd like to see something up on screen. If they're watching Channel 11 or anything in the audience, they can actually hear what we're saying. My mother was here for the last meeting, and she couldn't understand anything that was really being said. And it was really kind of sad. There's a lot of people that actually come to meetings and have those kinds of disabilities, and they really need to be looked at and observed. There are a lot of things that really need to be addressed with how we look into the future with this kind of a change to what is already the 2040 master plan. First, I'd like to thank Stu Seifer for saying everything that he just said. I agree with everything he just said with regard to historical preservation along the 6th Street corridor and other places. There are a lot of places in the city of Tempe that actually need to be observed and looked at for the rest of time. And this is very, very important. This is also a good time to look into the future and say, you know, we really could make changes that are going to help our neighborhoods. We want our neighborhoods to actually look into the future and say, I'm glad to be living here. I don't want to fear our government. I want to be safe. I'd like to have a house that I can live in, and I don't feel threatened by any kind of future changes that we are going to have. And that's where we stand now. The Riverside Neighborhood Association, there are tons and tons of rented houses and rented apartments. And those renters need to be listened to. They need to be looked at. If you all would like to sometime, you can get on my golf cart. I will take you around the whole area and show you all the people that would be directly affected by what would change with this kind of change to the 2040 plan. We really need to look at this with a fine-tooth comb because it is really going to change our future forever. And there are good changes and there are bad changes. There's good developments and there's bad developments. We need to think about what kinds of developments will be the best kinds of developments for the people that actually live here, not so much the people that actually may live here in the next 15 years with regard to height and density and how we are going to utilize height and density for the people that are actually going to move into the cities. We need to think about everybody that actually is in our neighborhoods, their needs. I would love it if I could say to the people that come to my door or email me or ask me when I go out, what are we going to do? They don't know what these red signs even mean. They don't know what the green cards are when they get them in the mail. We need more time to actually think about what it is that is going to take to have better communication between our the DRC, or the city council, or any sitting mayor. And I think that we really need to take all those kinds of things into deep consideration before taking something like this into account. With that, I'll close, but if anybody has any questions for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sam Sprague. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Sam Sprague. I reside in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm here again this evening to follow up on last month's council hearing concerning the Urban Core Master Plan, as well as the accompanying Urban Core District. I simply wanted to address the council this evening to let you know that we've met with and have had numerous conversations with staff concerning a number of the development standards in the proposed Urban Code District document, as well as the structure for the bonus program, which is still being determined. Over the last few months, and more recently since council's first hearing on this item last month, staff has provided clarification as well as modifications to address many of our concerns, most notably in the areas related to parking requirements, the design of parking structures, the configuration of parking structures. I know this topic is not exciting to a lot of people, but it has a huge impact on the ability to develop a project, design a project, and ensure that that project will function properly. So we appreciate staff's assistance, concern, and willingness to communicate with us on these areas. And given some of the recent changes that have occurred since last time, the vast majority of our concerns have been resolved. So regarding height and density and the interpretation of language dealing with these items, those also have been discussed, and we understand that a big part of this will be addressed in the bonus program. I know a lot of people are concerned about moving this forward before we have clarification on all of that. My sense and our experience is that if this is going to work, the bonus program is going to have to be structured fairly to work for everybody. So staff has every incentive to ensure that it's constructed properly, or none of us will benefit from this in the long run. So with that, I'd like to thank staff. I thank you for your time and express our support for the program and the direction that this is moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sprague. Next is Connie Vickery. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Connie Vickery, and I've lived in Tempe for about 40 years. And the Urban Core Master Plan, while I do understand we need to have something in place for people to come, it does sadden my heart to see Tempe change in such a drastic way and become so much more huge. And I think it's a concern of a lot of people who, I agree, don't really understand what's actually happening, or the comment that I've got is, well, this has already been decided and it's going to happen, and what can I do? So I do encourage, if there's any way possible of making this information more available to the average person in an understandable kind of way, because I have tried to navigate through your website page, and while the information's there, it has been difficult to kind of interpret, well, how big are these buildings going to be here as compared to over here? And what's going in here? Is this a business, or is this going to be housing? And is this going to be housing that's affordable for people instead of all of the high cost places that people have in Tempe typically now that are being built? So thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Cubey.
So I just wanted to say thank you so much for being here and speaking out. And we all have such a deep concern about our lack of affordable and workforce housing. I would say it's the #1 community concern, and it's reflected in every council member here. And we have a law in the state of Arizona that actually makes inclusionary zoning illegal. Now, inclusionary zoning is a tool that's used across the United States. Many cities have this tool. And with this tool, they're able to require a developer to build 10 or 20% affordable workforce units in a development, or if they remove affordable housing, they have to replace it with the same amount of affordable housing. It's a fantastic tool. We do still have tools that we can use. One of the motivations of bringing forward the Urban Core Master Plan and the Urban Code is to increase our affordable housing and workforce housing, and have a mixture of all those kind of housing types, because the best kind of housing in communities are ones that mix all that housing. You don't want affordable housing in one place, workforce housing another, market rate in another. But I'm also concerned, and the proof is in the pudding. There's still a lot of work to be done. This has been an intricate, layered process. But one of the main motivations of, I know, and I can speak for myself, is to find tools, find incentives to preserve our history in Tempe. So thank you so much, Mr. Siefer, and to the Historic Preservation Commission and Foundation. But it's to preserve what essentially is our core, and not our urban core, but the core of ourselves, our history in Tempe, and also to find a way to build housing that reflects our population, because it's really hard to do that now with the lack of tools and the prohibitions and the illegalities that the state gives us. The one positive step that the state has taken is they're starting to slowly replenish the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We also have an Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We just started in Tempe, so there are some glimmering hopes on the horizon, and we have to have a lot of pressure applied to the legislature. And Levon Lamy, who's our new liaison to the state, he's going to replenish that Affordable Housing Trust Fund to its maximum, right, Levon? But I so appreciate you being here, and I just want to explain where the motivation comes for a lot of this work. And I hope that in the next few months, because you probably won't be looking at approval until February, we'll be able to have more public engagement opportunities that really can kind of define this up and down, and where we can see the threads that are woven through all the documents.
Thank you. Mr. Trevor Barger. Come on down. Please state your name and place of residence for the record.
Trevor Barger, Tempe, Arizona. Mayor and Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening. This is my favorite topic in Tempe. I love looking at how we build our city and how we make the urban form. I love living in Tempe because it's an urban setting, and chose my house specifically because of the number of restaurants within 600 feet of my house. And so I love being right here, right in the heart of it in downtown. I applaud the concept of postponing the urban code until February, until we can get the details of the bonus program together with it, and look forward to really engaging with staff along with the folks who've spoken tonight about the details. That in some ways, because the document looks complete, it looks like we're at the 90-yard line. We have just a few little things to sum up and then be done. Really, there's a lot more work in it yet, but I think it's worth the work. That Tempe really has the opportunity to become a model. And unlike Phoenix that has to go through variance by variance by variance for every project that comes in, or Mesa that's already looking at rewriting their downtown code only a few years after putting it in place, I think we have a chance to really set the model, especially with the bonus program and the other pieces, for how this is done. And I look forward to having an engaging way with staff, with the facilitator, and with the other parties involved, especially historic preservation, the neighbors along Apache, and the neighbors who've been actively involved with the landowners, all coming to the table together with the staff from transportation and planning, and saying, okay, here are each of the issues that remain in here. How can we resolve those? And if there are a few that remain at the end of the day that can't be brought to conclusion, then bringing those before you, rather than entire lists from each group about where we would start with such a document.
Councilmember Adams?
You said that Mesa, it's hard to hear, that Mesa had put together the project and it went really well. Can you just tell me how Mesa did it, just to give us kind of an example?
So Mesa has a project called Eastmark. It was the first form-based code adopted in the state of Arizona. And to do that, the developer who led that project had to work in partnership with the city and had to go department by department, making sure that each department bought in with the regulations, because once the regulations in place, they were by right for all of those things. And so they had to work through the details of how was sanitation going to pick up trash, and could they do it with a tree-lined street because the trees would be in the way of the pickup? How would the trees have to be trimmed? How far back would the trees set? As a result of the trees, how fast would they grow, and what is a mature canopy that would cover what percentage of the sidewalk by that time period, and what sort of trees would grow in the desert that, you know, we have fast-growing trees that die out quickly or longer living trees that are slower. If you want a clear canopy fire, is it easier to cut the tree down? In the odd case that we have a fire, usually it's handled by sprinklers. And so went department by department through the entire city, making sure that these sort of urban guidelines really could be met in those forms.
Yes, and when I've looked at best practices, that's an approach that's really successful, so I'm glad that you brought that up. And I would propose that we would do this before our February date and start working with all the departments, include the historic preservation group, the neighbors that will be affected, the land owners and their attorneys, and the transportation folks like Shelley Seiler, for example, and ASU. And so we get all the players that are going to be affected by this urban core master plan at the table, and we go through every single department and really have a good approach so everyone is included in this decision and we get the best product possible. So thank you. I appreciate your help.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have for item 6C3. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address us? Yes, please come forward and state your name and place of residence for the record.
Karen Gitless, and I live in North Tempe, and I'm a longtime resident too, about 43 years I think it is now. I want several points on this. I am very excited about the work that has been done on behalf of historic preservation by the crack team that I work with, the Historic Preservation Foundation. I'm very proud of us as a team for what we've accomplished, and I'm grateful to the city for being so so easy to work with and so cooperative and responsive to to our needs. And I hope that we can continue this relationship. I still have concerns about the Urban Core Master Plan in terms of the intensity of this development and what it is going to do to our city. I have concerns about the process. I love the fact that you are taking comments from all of us on our concerns. I'm grateful and appreciative of that. I think this should have happened during the process, though. I think that's kind of how we got into this kind of contentious process. It has been somewhat contentious. And why this is such a mess, too. I'm kind of thinking that if we do, and I understand the need for increasing density and housing in the city for the people that are coming, perhaps this needs to be spread out more. Perhaps we need more areas of intensification. My concern is that we are focusing it in the downtown at the same time that ASU is going on with their Novus project, and we don't know what the heck they're doing there. I mean, we know that it is going to be very intense. Unfortunately, I haven't been super happy about our partnership with them. You know, they feel like they're a totally different team. So how do we know what that is going to look like and how our project is going to mesh with that? I'm also concerned about not doing this as part of a general plan process. I think that we would have a lot better buy-in and we can get it exactly where we want it. And maybe that's where we're going as we continue to extend the deadline on this. We're just about ready to start our general plan process. And start picking the team that will work on that, the citizens. This needs to be driven by citizens and not by citizen response. As one example of the intensification and the abrogation of property rights, and I know I've been chastised for this, but I really believe that these are major amendments and it's okay to do that. It's legal to make a major amendment to the general plan. But is it ethical to make a change that is so great that this is one of the impacts that I'm finding as I go through this and the changes that are being made, trying to digest this all? But in the text amendment to the general plan, what we have is a list of the 7 areas in the city, in the urban core, that are areas, sub-areas. Downtown is made up of Area 1, I forget what, Urban Core 1 and Urban Core 2. And then there are 5 other areas. So this piece of the documentation is a 62-page document that documents all of the properties under the, that will be subject to regulatory change. 62 pages. 4 pages of that are not the list of names. The list of name is multi-housing, apartment by apartment, housing, businesses, all the properties that are affected. There are 2,300 approximately, I don't, give or take 100, 2,300 property or units, let's say, that are affected by this regulatory change. Okay, I appreciate it. The only other thing that I want to ask is that we do process the amendments as part of the package with the urban core documents and the urban code core. Thank you very much.
And that's all we have for any other speakers like to speak on item 6C3? Seeing none, comments from the council. I think we're looking for a motion to postpone the Urban Core Master Plan and TOD to February 13th. Is there a motion from council on that? Or you'd like to have more of a discussion? Councilmember Adams?
I just am wondering if my suggestion about getting everyone together in the process, maybe meeting every other week or once a week or whatever, between now and February, so we get all the players at the table and get some good feedback from everyone, would be able to be incorporated in this delay till February. And the departments, like we talked about, all the departments being involved. And
Yeah, I believe that is happening, especially with the public outreach we're going to be doing, have the stakeholder input, and I think that refers to staff as well. But
Okay.
we want to make sure that Chad understands that, and Ryan, okay?
And we have the historic preservation
And
people.
obviously, historic, we've been working well with historic preservation.
Okay, and the neighbors.
Everybody's included.
Okay.
We're an inclusive community.
I know we are, just making sure that we are on this one too. Thank you.
Councilman Navarro?
Yeah, no, just a quick question. If the general, are we doing all three to a postponement, or are we going to try to?
Well, right now, I got to take them individually. We can, it's up to the council, but based on what the feedback we're getting, we can make a decision on item 6C4 tonight, or we could postpone it to February 13th. And that's something we can discuss. But I can't take them all at once. I have to take them individual. So right now, we're on item 6C3.
Okay.
And the reason why we moved this up front, because a lot of you are here for that, so we figured we'd move it up front to accommodate. We have some students here.
No, that's fine. And I just want to, I mean, when we do our meetings, I know that we're going to be coming across the holidays, so I'm sure that we're going to have some dates that are going to be kind of hard for people to come out to, but I hope we're cognizant of when we apply those dates on when we get some input from our residents. So just want to say that.
Good. Just Vice Mayor Cubey.
Karen, what you said about the process, and no doubt it's pretty messy. It always is. I think about the large-scale research and editing projects I've been involved with in my professional life. So much of the last bit of work and the really important work happens in the final weeks, the final months, the final night. I had a 48-hour time with one of my projects, and I still won't get over that loss of sleep. So some of that just really is kind of par for the course, and it could be a rocky road, but ultimately, so much is done in those final days, and I see it all coming together, and I think of this as the final days, even though we're going to be delaying most likely till February. But Connie, right? What you said really has resounded in me, and I'm thinking we have this opportunity in the next few months to present to the public the Urban Core Master Plan, the Urban Code, and the General Plan Amendment, and do it in a way that's, not everybody is I happen to respond more to text and to the written word, but some people respond more to the visuals or to some kind of video presentation. I think we need to find different ways to communicate it and reach out and to really explain and lower sort of the level of abstraction, because this is so intricate and layered and complex, and we need to find a way to not necessarily simplify it, but to make it more accessible to everyone. So I really appreciate you coming here and speaking to that, because I think we have that opportunity in the next few months to do that.
And that's something that we take great pride in. I don't want to underestimate what Karen mentioned about how she's thanking us for how we're responding, because we do listen. We want to get the input. And to Vice Mayor Cubey's point, and to Connie, your point, we'll work with staff to put some language together so that it's pictures and pictures and drawings, just to help it make it more simplified. And it's also going to be online, but we can help you navigate that. And that's something that we'll work with our neighborhood services office as well as our communications team to make sure we get that information out. Councilman Navarro, then Councilman Arredondo Savage.
Yeah, no, Councilmember Cubey, I think that was a great point, and to lay up front, I mean, having the ability, I know we had a neighborhood meeting, but we didn't have the technical assistance there to really kind of demonstrate what we're trying to see. We're kind of basically holding, paper. So I think with that being said, that we need to make sure with our staff that we have the equipment out there that can really expand on what we're talking about. And to your point, I think it's just great that if we have someone there to really kind of get into the questions and get our community to understand what's going on, I think you'll be a lot more comfortable on what we're doing.
Councilmember Arredondo Savage.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say a couple things in the sense I just really do appreciate all the input that we've received to date, and I know that we're going to get in the future. And I feel like this is a really big deal for us, what we're doing, and we want to make sure we get it right. So I am definitely not opposed to postponing it and making sure that we get all that feedback and input. And I know it's probably not going to make everybody extremely happy. There's probably going to be some parts that maybe we won't be able to agree on, but I will say this, I think everybody that's involved, everybody that's had feedback is doing it for the right reasons. They're doing it because they love this community and they want it to be what they want and what makes it special to them. So I do certainly appreciate that and welcome the opportunity to postpone it, to get more input, to make sure that we get it right. I don't have an issue with that. And I also even don't have an issue of pulling all three of those agenda items together to keep it consistent. I'm very fine if we postpone all three of them, to be honest. And the one thing I wanted to comment on, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about the approval process and what that looks like. And I'm just going to mention this to my council colleagues and see if this is something that we could talk about in the future. And I want to say, I know there was a lot of concern about, you know, the density bonuses, and I know we need to get that squared away. I don't disagree. I don't want to bring that back until we know exactly what that is. I do agree with that. I want to make sure that what I said, because I know there was a portion that I said, and I think it kind of got wrapped up in regards to what we saw in that last document about the approval process and the role of the council and the elimination of the DRC in a couple of the zones. And I had the opportunity to sit down and talk to Ryan LeVake and just kind of think about what might look better. And maybe in the sense of zones 1 and 2, we could talk about the inclusion of the DRC. We talk about transparency and how important it is to have their input, but then also have the council involved in zones 1 and 2. But in zones 3 and 7, it would be the similar process that I think we have already scheduled now, which would be just going to the DRC. So in the sense of staying true to what our vision is for the downtown, and hopefully creating a really great solid document that we can all be very proud of, and those councils and those residents that come after us can be just as proud of too. So I would just ask that we let staff entertain that possibility of seeing how we can improve that process of approval within the UC to, I think, just make it more amenable and more transparent. So
And,
thank you.
Thank you. And I agree with all the comments. Obviously, you hear from us and we're hearing from you. I think that should not go unnoticed. And I want to reiterate what I said at the beginning of this conversation tonight, where, you know, as a council, we have to consider, you know, we have to really think proactively. We have to consider how we are going to proactively plan for growth. Whether we like it or not, people are moving here. Tempe is the place people want to be. I often say it's a city of choice. You know, we're a can-do city, and we're a can-do city because we have active, engaged citizens, and people want to be here. That's not a bad thing. The challenge is how we're going to grow and manage what's going to come before us. As I mentioned, our population is going to increase by 2040. It's going to double by 2040 just in the urban core area. Whether we like it or not, we have to plan for that. And that's why we really want the input that you guys are giving us. And that's why we're slowing down a little bit so that we can get it right. And as Councilmember Arredondo, Vice Mayor Cubie, all the council members have stated here tonight, we really need your feedback, and we welcome that. So thank you for speaking up. We're going to continue this dialogue because it is important to us. And that's how we are, who we are in Tempe. We want to work with our residents as we continue to grow, because people are going to come here, and that's something we should all be proud of. People want to be here. That's a good thing. Any other council members have any comments on item 6C3, other than we're looking for a motion?
Postpone.
Yep, second.
All three?
No, I have to take them individually.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So is there a motion on item 6C3 to move forward to February 13th? It's been moved by Vice Mayor Cubie. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Navarro. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. Next is item 6C4, is to hold a second and final public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing a major amendment to the General Plan 2040, including the projected land use map amendment from various land use categories to mixed use, and a new mixed use industrial category with the General Plan text amendment and a projected residential density map amendment from various density categories on approximately 854 acres for the Urban Core Master Plan and the TOD located within the area generally bounded by Hardy Drive to the west, Union Pacific Railroad to the south, Loop 101 and city limits to the east, and Loop 202 to the north. The applicant is the city of Tempe. On this item, it is a major plan amendment, but it does require at least 2/3 of the city council majority vote, which means 5 of 7. And
Motion to postpone.
Second.
there's been a motion to when? February 13th? There's a motion to postpone item 6C4 to February 13th, 2020. Is there a second by Councilmember Arredondo Savage? Any other comments from the council? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion does carry. Item 6C5 is to hold a second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance for a zoning map amendment and code text amendment in the Tempe Zoning and Development Code for a new urban code district with specific zones designated in certain areas on approximately 947 acres for the Urban Core Master Plan and TOD located within the area generally bounded by Hardy Drive to the west, Union Pacific Railroad to the south, Loop 101 and city limits to the east, and Loop 202 to the north. The applicant is the city of Tempe. This is a public hearing item. Is there any
Motion
comments?
postponed to February 13th.
Second.
Councilman Navarro, motion to postpone item 6C5 to February 13th, seconded by Councilmember Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion does pass. Next item on our agenda is item 6C6, is to hold a second and final public hearing to adopt a resolution for a major amendment to the General Plan 2040 for a projected land use map amendment, industrial, to a new mixed-use industrial category with a general plan text amendment for approximately 560 acres, and the projected residential density map amended from 0 dwelling units per acre to up to 45 dwelling units per acre category with a general plan text amendment on approximately 67 acres along the Broadway Road frontage, and up to 15 dwelling units per acre on approximately 493 acres for the Broadway Industrial Hub, the Tempe Maker District, bounded by Priest Drive to the west, Union Pacific Railroad to the east, and Broadway Road to the north, and Southern Avenue to the south. The applicant is the city of Tempe. This is a major plan amendment, which does require at least a 2/3 city council majority vote. This is a public hearing item, and I do have some cards. First, would the applicant like to make a statement?
That's us.
I know, so did,
Is it Donna?
no, this is not, it's Councilman Humansel.
No.
I think we may be looking at two different items.
Not yet.
I would like to make
Yeah.
a statement. In fact,
Yeah.
I'd be happy to make several, but I think I'll wait.
Not,
until
not
you call
this
the
one, I'm
next
sorry.
case.
So, with item 6C6, I'm going to look to, this is a public hearing item. I do have,
Did you want staff to talk? Because she-
I have Liam Huggins. Liam?
Hello. I'm happy to be here again, but I can no longer hide my frustration with much of Tempe's actions with zoning. And I'd like to give a couple reasons why and kind of explain that through. Firstly, kind of explaining how I've seen Tempe change through my time living here, being born and raised here. And one of the biggest lessons I've known or learned is that change is inevitable here in Tempe. The Tempe that I grew up with is not the Tempe that I live with now, and in many ways, I'm fine with that. There are parts of Tempe that were far from perfect and need to be changed. This Broadway section, I also believe, being one of them. But time and time again, we as residents are told that we're going to replace a crumbling, falling apart piece of Tempe with low-income housing, with pieces that can still be affordable to the residents that were there before, but time and time again, this does not come true. And Tempe's development history is becoming one of luxury and high-end developments and not one of actual affordability. And I think, and I'm happy that the City Council is going back, reevaluating much of these things, taking in comments, and figuring out a better way to go about it. And I know it's not an easy thing to do, especially with the state that Tempe is in when it comes to inclusive zoning. But I do believe there are alternative forms of zoning that could be taken into consideration, be it impact performance zoning or incentive zoning as well. But regardless, this is certainly a plan that needs to be taken back to the drawing board and reevaluated in its impact. Because I'd like to talk about the reality of the impact towards a lot of residents here, especially the students. As we see, low-income housing is shut down time and time again, be it trailer parks that friends of mine in high school went to, or be it just simple housing that a lot of people I knew were once able to afford but are no longer able to move in there. We see that there is a high need of affordable housing. And I was very excited when Randy Keaton came down to ASU's Young Democrats meeting to announce this plan, to announce this kind of change in the zoning of the district that for so long has kind of sat there stagnant, not really advancing with the rest of the city. But when asked about how is this going to actually be put into action, how is it going to be affordable, the response was a bit lackluster to not only myself, but many of those around me, in the response that simply by being virtue of a low-income area, that low-income housing is going to fill in the place of this. And this is just not what we've seen from the history of Tempe's development. Furthermore, we've also seen lots of developments in Tempe fail in kind of their delivery, especially these luxury high-end developing companies with ASU having to take over filling in the spots, be it University House or Rise. And because of this, for myself and many others, rent is becoming untenable. It's becoming unlivable. And for many people who once considered themselves full-time students and part-time workers are now having to reconsider themselves as part-time students and full-time workers. And while I know that the kind of wants of students are not always heard as well, I'd like to talk a bit about my own grandmother here, Jackie Noland, who's been a resident of Tempe for over 30 years. She spent decades as a carpenter, contributing to her community in a very hands-on way. But back in 07 and 08, lost about everything through the recession and the job market that put her that ended up putting her there, and eventually had to work in Tempe's industrial part, working as a factory worker, where she stays today. She's now back on her feet, working or living alone in a one-bedroom apartment building called the Ties on Fifth. But still, as a woman going on 65 here in November, she works 40-plus hour weeks, 12-hour-long days, and I find myself struggling to ask her for a support emotionally or financially as she continues to work more and more as rent becomes higher and higher in this community, even though she spent so much time and dedicated so much time to this community. So once again, I'd just like to urge the City Council to take extreme care with these rezoning decisions, to look over all options when it comes to implementing affordable housing, and try to avoid this history and this repetition of promising affordable housing, but only delivering high-end, luxury, and expensive housing units for the new and existing residents of Tempe. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam. Next is Jason Knorr.
Well, my name is Jason Knorr. I reside at 3055 South Dorsey Lane here in Tempe. I've lived here my entire life, but I'd like to first thank, obviously, the person sitting next to me for hitting the nail on the head with a lot of this. I'd also like to thank Vice Mayor Kuby for her talk about affordable housing earlier, and also Mrs. Vickery. Thank you for bringing this up. I think that this is the issue that's facing our community today. This is the, in my opinion, most essential issue to Tempe. And so I don't rise in opposition to this amendment. I rise with a complaint that I don't think that the council or the planners for this amendment have gone about this in an ethical and equitable way. When we're looking at this upzoning, this mixed-use industrial from 0 to 45 dwelling units per acre, what we can see is that this has been done in the past in some of our poorer neighborhoods here in Tempe. In my mind, the Escalante neighborhood is one of the places where this has already been tried. And for example, when we look to something like the Meridian 101 development, rent there has skyrocketed as a luxury complex at like $785 a month. And this was not a desirable area 10 years ago. So the issue I rise to is the fact that this market rate housing that we will be putting in on the Broadway industrial area, there is no guarantee that it will be affordable. And I respect the council for their idea that this market rate housing will solve our affordable housing crisis, but I don't see that as a solution. These developers will want to gain the maximum amount of money that they can from this. And I think that trusting them to actually create affordable housing is a mistake. Liam already touched on some of the solutions that I think we can improve this plan with, such as incentive zoning. I don't believe it's been tried here in Tempe before. As Vice Mayor Kuby talked about, we can't enforce inclusionary zoning, but through incentive zoning, and I'll explain it a little bit, we offer incentives to these developers to create affordable housing in exchange for some kind of benefit to them. And so I believe that looking at more creative solutions for our affordable housing crisis is something that we need to do. It's something we should have been doing 5 years ago, and it's something that I think needs to be thought about in this plan. So I will leave you with that. I think that as you vote today, think about whether this will create ethical housing, whether this will be affordable, and whether it will be equitable for all the citizens of Tempe, like me and Liam. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilman Keating?
Yeah, I would just like to just briefly respond to both. Thank you both for being here and taking the time to sit through the meeting and express your concerns. Of course, I know you'd probably much rather be doing something else. Liam, first I want to touch on my introduction of this project at the YD thing. I don't remember saying that's a poor area. I think what I said, and I may have said it inartfully, was that the price of the land is such that it will make the market conditions that will allow us to build affordable and workforce units there. And I may not have said that in that way. I don't remember exactly, but I didn't mean to imply that this area is just poor and we're gonna, do whatever we're gonna do. I think that it came from a question, if I remember correctly, we're talking about, is a city building Section 8 housing there, which of course it's not. We're hoping to create the market conditions that will allow these types of developments to come to that area through this plan. So if I said it badly, I apologize, but that's certainly not what I meant. What I did mean, of course, is there's affordable housing, as the Vice Mayor points out, is not something we can require, and it makes it very difficult, especially in the downtown area, because the price of the land is just so expensive that a developer can't make a profitable development that without rents that are unobtainable for folks for a large chunk of the population. So that's what I'm hoping for in the Broadway district. And I would encourage you, I know it's kind of late and you've been here for a while, I would encourage you after the Broadway discussion, there's going to be a discussion on a potential first project in the Broadway corridor, which I think you'll be pleased with. And I would definitely like if you saw that. Thank you.
Councilman Navarro?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say I appreciate you guys coming up and speaking tonight. You guys spoke very well. And you had some really great thoughts and really kind of pushing this council, obviously, to understand even more so, and I think this council does, we need affordability. We need to make sure we're inclusive for this whole community. What was intriguing years ago, maybe 4 years ago, I had a professor from ASU Staps who actually did a presentation for me and a group about markets and Tempe and housing and affordability and trends and a whole gamut of issues, which was eye-opening for me. In fact, I had people from other cities come and listen to this conversation. And it's stuff that we as a council have to try to encourage. It's stuff that we need to encourage logically, because we can't get clusters, we can't do things. We have to be very smart about how we do that. I'm very intrigued actually to even kind of maybe revisit that presentation again, because I think for our community, it is a possibility to, and I had this a couple times, and maybe I got to do a better job on announcing it and having it there, but I would love for you guys, if this was to be set up, to come in and hear the conversation, because you guys and people within the college system, you guys are going to have some ideas. You guys are going to possibly have some solutions that we're not thinking about right up here. We're trying, and this council is trying their best to try to address these problems. One encouraging thing that I heard just a few days back with developers and trends in marketing is they are seeing the trend of affordability. They are trying to build now affordability because they've seen somewhat of a cap in those market rates or those luxury type of apartments. Now they're starting to see that, hey, we have a new market because we made this market, now this market has to come in to play. So I think it's an advantage and an opportunity to use these trends to start enticing what we can do. And believe me, if we had city property that we can control, it'd be a better job. But we have privately owned property, and we're trying to get, the players to play nice, so to speak. And that's a challenge. It truly is a challenge. But I appreciate your passion. I appreciate your thought. I appreciate if you guys would, and if others would, if an opportunity comes up to where we have a bigger discussion on this, I would love it. I would love it if you guys were there. So I appreciate it.
I want to comment. Thank you, Liam and Jason, for coming up. What you described is exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to be innovative. Unfortunately, as the Vice Mayor mentioned earlier, we do have some, we're handcuffed with some of the things that we could do based on state law. But we're trying, what is before us with the Maker District is one of the ideas of how we're trying to be innovative to help try to solve some of the challenges we have when it comes to workforce housing and affordability. And the same thing that's happening with the Urban Core Master Plan. If you read some of the details in the documents, which we're going to get out to our residents, it's more important than ever that we look at the Urban Core to give us some options how we can help work with potential developers to address the very concerns that you mentioned. And it takes a teamwork of individuals. We can't do it by ourselves. We have to work with the development community to know what our vision and our goals are. And you see that. This council has adopted a housing first strategy. We're the first city to adopt to have a housing impact statement when it comes forward. We've done a lot of firsts that is in regards to the exact issue that you're mentioning. So that's something to note. I'm going to try to get you some more information on that as we move forward. But please know that this is something that we're looking forward to trying to work with and address in an innovative way as much as we can within what has been given us in terms of legality, what we can and can't do. The next we have, Vice Mayor Kiwi.
I also want to thank you for coming, and I would love to sit down and have some conversations about some of the things I learned from friends across the country who are in states where there is preemption, but they're able to do eviction diversion programs and really powerful tools to keep people in their homes. And I'd love to sit down and talk with you guys about that. You had me at like 99% of what you said, but when you do say, and I know sometimes it's rhetorical that we're not doing anything with affordable housing, well, there's private development, and I wish we had as much control as to be able to enforce and make sure we have affordable workforce housing built everywhere. But I don't want to negate the amazing work that our city is doing in our housing department. For instance, you probably know about the 18 Parkview homes on Don Carlos that are Habitat for Humanity, all highly energy efficient. We're building 18 more, I believe. There's a affordable housing project opening up on Apache. We have the Tempe microstates, which is small home development. And ASU students, by the way, on November 6th, they're doing a whole afternoon about small scale development in cities based on the Tempe microstates, because students conceived of that idea, and students are involved in every step of the microstates project. So there's that. We have ADUs, accessory dwelling units. We passed legislation that makes that a lot easier, especially in areas where there are already kind of bungalow homes to build ADUs. And that increases density a little bit, but not vertical density. So that's been a movement forward, and also with guest homes that people can build guest quarters in their backyards in an area that used to be 15,000 square feet, but now you can, if you have 8,000 square feet of property, you can build a guest home. So, as much as we can say we can't do things because of the legislature, we are doing things, and we should do more and keep tugging on our coats. We need to hear that. We hear it from our residents all the time, and we hear it from younger people who are just starting out in life. We know this is our most sincere responsibility, but I just need to somehow push back a little bit with the sense that we're not doing anything. So we spend $800,000. Most of that comes from federal government on Section 8 housing, and that Section 8 housing sometimes isn't in Tempe, but we house residents who need assistance. We also have a navigator who's succeeded in housing 175 people in her first year of doing this job, and other cities in the valley are looking at this position like, we want a housing navigator, we want to do that as well. So there are things we're doing, and I think it's important sometimes to, when you're urging us to do more, to also know about the things we are doing and do more like this. And I also want to point out that Robin Arredondo Savage was instrumental in putting Valor on 8th together, which houses homeless veterans and particularly women and their families. So it's not enough. We got to do more. We do everything we can with our land and the land we buy through HUD dollars, through CDBG dollars to expand our housing, affordable housing stock. But keep on pressing us and tugging our coats. We need to hear that.
All right, next, Larry DeGenis. And item 6C6.
All right, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It's a pleasure to be back here. I want to thank you all for allowing me a chance to speak tonight. So I've already spoke on this topic during our last meeting, so I'm going to be brief. I just want to reiterate that I really support this plan. The Holdeman neighborhood where I live is located just north of Broadway Road between Priest Drive and Hardy Drive. So my neighborhood really is located right in the heart of this corridor, and I believe this plan would really have a positive impact on our community. So I really hope the plan gets approved, and that's all the feedback I want to add tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is anyone else, that's all the cards I have, to have an opportunity to speak on item 6C6? Okay, I'll close that portion. Any comments from the council on this, other than what we've said? Councilmember Keating?
Yeah, sure. Let me get my, so I'm going to have, so I have some thank yous I did last week, but I forgot some people, and I just want to speak a little bit about Broadway. Then I have some changes to attachment 3, which I think will be favorable. First, staff has been absolutely great on this. Mayor, Councilmember Navarro, we started this over 18 months ago, if you can believe it. It's been a long time coming, but the working group's been great. Staff, Donna Marie and her economic development team, Chad and Ryan and the planning team, Rosa and Chousty, and all the businesses and the residents who came forward to support, this proposal through the public meeting process, and getting the chamber support was obviously a pretty big deal. So I was very pleased with that. And the reason why I wanted to do this is I grew up in Lansing, Michigan, and the joke I always make is if you haven't been there, don't go. Gets laughs every time, just only a couple though. I'm gonna keep making it. And I grew up, born in 1982, and I remember when that was a thriving industrial city, and there was factories and there was parking lots full of cars, and then probably around the early 90s, those factories kind of pulled out. Or not the factories didn't pull out, the factories were still there, but GM pulled out of Lansing and they went to Mexico or wherever they ended up going. And these factories just sat empty for years and years and years. And even, from my time in high school and college and here, they actually just finally, about 7 or 8 years ago, the city of Lansing had to buy these factories from GM, who still owned them, even though they were just rusted out shells where people would do all kinds of nefarious things in. And, at the city's expense, had to buy them, tear them down, and essentially just make them in the parks. So, this is something that, I wanted to do shortly after being elected. I wanted to do something that I felt would be long-term and beneficial to the entire city. So I started looking at areas that, could use some sort of TLC, and it was a long process to come to where we are today. I mean, you guys were in the meetings when we were discussing how to do this. So, I'm very pleased with what we've come back with. I think the Tempe Maker District is a bold plan to revitalize what, I don't want to say underserved because it's still a great part of the city, but maybe an overlooked area of the city compared to some of the other parts of the city when we think about Tempe. I think it'll be a way to kind of celebrate Tempe's local businesses. So there's a lot of stuff that's produced right here in Tempe that we can really highlight and be a driver for not only more economic development, but hopefully more customers for these businesses as well. I think it will help us foster a more dynamic economy in the city of Tempe through the celebration of these local businesses. There's an opportunity to add multimodal and public transportation options on West Broadway. There's large areas of this area that don't even have sidewalks right now. And this is something we've already put into the CIP. So while it's not part of what we're voting on tonight, that's already been settled, it's part of a larger vision for that area. And I think it's a very creative way to help Tempe reach its affordable and workforce housing goals by setting the market conditions to help us recruit a diverse housing stock. As I mentioned earlier, there's not a lot of areas in the city where, it makes, economic sense for a developer to come in and say, this is going to be affordable, this is going to be workforce. And I think this is really one of them. So, and that's, of course, again, due to the price of the land and the conditions around there. So, we've talked a lot about what we want this area to be. And I think we've been very, very, very clear on what we want this area to be. But it's on us as a council and future councils to make sure we hold true to that vision and that character of what we want the Tempe Maker District to become 5-10 years down the road. So I think as a body, we need to be very selective and very measured, when we're looking at projects to be approved, to make sure we get this right. And I know all you very well, and I have no doubt that this is a task that we are up for. So I'm very excited about the Tempe Maker District. I think it's going to provide a lot of opportunities for the city, particularly in some challenging areas that have been brought up. And I would like to make just some amendments to attachment 3 under the strategies, under the strategy section. And I'd like to make a motion too, unless you guys want to say something, but I'll make these amendments first and I'll look to you guys for any input. So strategy 1, it says, develop a district character for the Tempe Maker District growth area. I want to add after area with a unique design that sets it apart from other neighborhoods. And strategy number 6, create a live, work, play environment in the area by introducing mixed-use residential products with appropriate types of residential development that integrate live, work, and then add, while building upon the current employment base in the Tempe Maker District. Strategy number 7, encourage residents' uses to include affordable housing, including workforce housing in the mix. And I want to add, in consultation with human services staff and to align with the council-adopted affordable housing strategy. Those are all of my amendments. If you guys have any comments.
Yeah, Randy, thank you, and Joel, for working on this. This is something that, having grown up there and seeing this area where it is and the potential where it's could go, I want to thank you guys both for really working on this. And I really like the additions that you suggested to the existing strategies. I share the same concerns as you, so I'm glad we're strengthening the language to provide some further guidance to our staff to communicate that vision to what we will see in the Maker District. And we want to make sure that we're building upon the existing use that's there while creating an area that's, as Councilmember Keating mentioned, unlike none other area, which is kind of why it's a Maker District. I think the goal for this area is to know that you are going to be in a unique area and space with mixed-use design that really fosters creativity as well as collaboration through some of the design elements that Councilmember Keating mentioned in one of the strategies. I think this is great. I support those amendments to the strategies. I think if you wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind getting the working group back together to talk about some of the strategies outlined in the attachment too, as we move forward. Councilman Adorno Savage.
Right, just a couple of things, Mayor. I just want to, again, and I think I spoke about this last time we met, and just a great appreciation. And I will have to say and reiterate that I probably wasn't one of the biggest supporters at the beginning. I had a lot of concerns, and I think one of the things that really, caught my interest was the opportunity to create that affordable housing. I mean, too, like you guys and many of us, I'm a lifelong resident, and I've seen the evolution of Tempe, some that you like, some that you don't so much. I know what I paid for my house, in 1995, and I know what the house across the street just sold for last week, and it is significantly different. So I would say that anything that we can do to encourage affordable housing, workforce housing, subsidized housing, we need to make sure we do that. And I think you guys brought it up. It's not just that we do it at the beginning, that we intend to make sure it stays that way. I know how important that is. So I think that I welcome those additions. I think that's really great. I know there's things that we can and cannot do, but I would certainly encourage the working group to get back together to see how we can strengthen it and ensure that these things continue to happen. So yeah, thank you again for your work, and thank you for the staff. I mean, we have incredible staff in the city of Tempe, and I couldn't be more proud of the work that we are all able to do together. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else? Vice Mayor.
Again, and thanks to the working group and Councilmember Navarro and Mayor Mitchell, and especially Randy Keating for your leadership on this. I know how hard you've worked for a year, more than a year, right? It's been a long time. Thank you so much. I just have, with the affordable housing aspect, and this may get into legal advice, Judy, so I'm not sure if you could answer it, but you can sometimes introduce affordable mixed housing and workforce housing, but there can be such a short term that essentially becomes meaningless because in 10 years it gets flipped over to be market rate housing. Are there any protections we can afford in this? And maybe it's an amendment to one of the strategies, but what can we do to ensure that affordable and workforce housing that is built in this district is actually permanent supportive housing? I'm sorry, permanent affordable and workforce housing.
Or maybe run with the length of the project.
That would run with the length of the project, exactly.
Right, thank you, Vice Mayor, members of council. So much of the discussion that you have already brought up covered some of the prohibitions that state law has put into place. With that, we are left in large part with the ability to require, negotiate proportionately in development agreements, covenants that run with the land to guarantee some term of affordable or workforce housing.
So could we say, as a document that we give to potential parties interested in developing, we're looking for a mixture of quality housing. There's been a shift to talk about not affordable and workforce, but quality housing, which means, you know, the mix of affordable workforce and market. And we have expectations that the affordability, the workforce aspects of it will run for the length of the project. I mean, just language that is neutral, that's not prohibitive, but it is also worded in such a way to say this is what we're looking for.
Sure. So the general plan amendment, the major general plan amendment that's being considered is largely a visionary document that sets forth the council's vision for a specific area. So certainly those things would be appropriate to be included in the document.
Well, then may I suggest an amendment to one of the strategies if Councilmember Keating approves, of course, because this has been your baby, but I'm trying to think where we have. Encourage residential uses, number 7, strategy, encourage residential uses to include affordable housing, including workforce housing that goes the length of the project, or that carries over through the length of the project. I'm not sure if I'm coming up with the right verbiage.
Perpetuity?
Pardon?
Perpetuity?
Into perpetuity?
Well, I mean, the building, 50 years from now, it may be raised.
What if they sell it?
Pardon?
What if they sell it? How do we, I don't know, does that count too?
No, I think when they sell it, it still goes with the sale, right? What, Councilmember Keating?
I don't know how you can require that. That's a question for Judy, I guess.
Well, we can't require affordable either, so as long as it's a visionary document, why not say our vision of affordable housing is housing that goes for the, affordable housing that is for the length of the project?
So I think this may be something that the working group can explore in a little more detail. May not be understanding fully, but part of the change is from industrial to the option for mixed use. So not everything in the district would be residential. So I'm not clear as to how we could put, even in a visionary document, the request to require a covenant that would run with the land to cover the entire district. But we can look at that more.
Just to that point, that's why I asked if we could reconvene the working group to discuss some of that. Councilman Navarro?
That's okay with me.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I think that, I'm glad you mentioned that, Mayor, just having some more of these details hashed out. I believe that it's a visionary plan. You know, within this opportunity zone, you get tax incentives, which is one big thing for a developer if they're going to come into this zone. So the opportunity for us to tell them what this area is designated as, or our wishes or our vision is these things. That gives us abilities to do those development agreements within those, with those developers. If we try to do something that's unique or different, and that was in working with whatever opportunity comes in with that zone, but the incentives that they potentially possibly could get, that might be one of our strategies to help us get there. So I think because we are doing what we're doing tonight, labeling this, this industrial area into that opportunity zone, I think it's going to be to our benefit. So, but a deeper discussion on what that looks like, I think that's more appropriate.
Okay. So there's a motion by Councilmember Keating with the strategies mentioned.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Ardona Savage seconded it. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries 7-0. All right, I'm going to get us back on track, so thank you all for letting us take those items first. Next item on the agenda is miscellaneous items, bids, and contracts and resolutions. The first item under this section is 6A1, is to hold a first public hearing on the proposed land use assumptions and infrastructure improvement plan related to water facilities, wastewater facilities, and street facilities development fees. This is a public hearing item. Is there anyone in the audience? I don't know if I saw a card for item 6A1. If not, I will look to my colleagues. Is there a motion on item 6A1?
So moved.
Excuse me.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Mayor, members of council. This is a public hearing item. No vote needs to be taken.
I know, I was asking. Oh, no vote will be taken. It's just a public hearing item. Right. So there's, I'm not looking for a motion. So there's no comments from item 6C1. We'll go, or 6A1, we'll go on to 6A2. Is approve a one-year contract renewals with Ballard Holding Corp., doing business as Ballard Equipment and Freightliner of Arizona for the purchase of refuse vehicles. Are there any comments or discussion on item 6A2? Could you get my attention? As not, is there a motion on item 6A2?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember Aradona Savage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion does carry. Next item is item 6A3, is approve the renewal of a 24 one-year contracts to firms that will provide repair and maintenance service related to the upkeep of city facilities. Firms recommended for award are Hernandez Companies Incorporated, GTI Contractors LLC, East Valley Disaster Services Incorporated, Summit Restoration and Construction, DH Pace Companies Incorporated, Crouten Heller Painting Services Incorporated, Gaster Painting and Coatings Incorporated, A&H Paintings Incorporated, True View Window and Glass, Intermountain Lock and Security Supply, Progressive Roofing, Star Roofing Incorporated, Midstate Mechanical Incorporated, Crawford Mechanical Services, Pueblo Mechanical and Controls Incorporated, 365 Mechanical, Roto-Rooter Service and Plumbing Company, Urban Energy Solutions Incorporated, Commonwealth Electric Company in the Midwest, Spectre Electrical Services Incorporated, Flash Windows Cleanings, STV Incorporated, Titan Restoration of Arizona, and Contractors West Incorporated. Any comments or discussion from the council or a motion on item 6A3?
Moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion does move forward. Next section of the non-consent agenda is ordinance and items for introduction and first hearing. These items will be read and introduced tonight, but no vote will be taken. The second hearing and vote for these items is scheduled for November 7th, 2019. Ordinance and items for introduction and first hearing. The first item under this section is 6B1, is to introduce and hold. We're not there yet. Okay. 6B1 is to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance amending the Tempe City Code, Chapter 2, Article 5, to add Division 23, Sections 2-395 through 2-404, establishing a Desert Conservation Commission. The second and final public hearing is scheduled for November 7th, 2019. This is a public hearing item, and I know I have a speaker. Kim, come on forward. Kim Gaffney-Loza.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for hearing me. You're probably going to be sick of hearing from me about this particular subject. As we've had a lot of discussion about density in the city, and especially around this area, that makes this preserve of ours even more important. And as somebody who walks it a lot and sees the recreation that happens in this preserve, I see a lot of misuse and overuse and ways that we could improve this land. And it would be so great to have all the stakeholders get together, just as you were talking about going through different, departments in the city, but getting all the stakeholders together that use this preserve and finding good solutions and a way forward as far as planning what are our priorities and how we can go forward, and bringing in different sources of help and income and working with the city on this. I have to thank the working group, Jennifer Adams, Joel Navarro, and Randy Keating, who, well, Joel went out on his own, but I traipsed the other two through the desert to make them look at things that needed to be done. And certainly city staff has helped work on this a great deal. And I'm just excited to see this go forward, and I can't wait to see what it can accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene, come on down.
Thank you, Darlene Justice. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank Lauren Kuby for helping when we were looking at preserving Papago Park. You were a lot of help and stepped forward in that. A lot of people on this council, everybody supported it. This is your legacy because you helped, you sent it to the voters. The voters voted for it, but without you sending it, it would have been a huge job getting all the signatures and doing all the stuff. So this is your legacy, and I really want to thank you all for that. This is the next step. First, we preserved it, so we're not going to have these big homes in our park. As future mayors and councils come along and we've built out, we keep saying we're landlocked. This land is locked for all of us and for our children and grandchildren. I got 2 great-grandchildren right now, and they'll be able to use Papago Park. But I think taking it now to the Desert Conservation Commission is the next step that's needed, so we have the right people that are in there. We've had maintenance issues over the years, you all know that. And but the city's got great people. I want to thank again Joel for being the first one to step up and help with the commission, Jennifer and Randy for helping so much. I want to thank Steve Methvin, who has a lot of vision and helps a lot of folks in the city of Tempe. Craig Hayden and Keith Burke have really helped a lot with this because putting everything together. I want to thank the Parks, Golf, and Cemetery Commission too. We met with them for over a year talking about having this commission, and they voted to approve it also. They're going to have a representative from that group on this commission to help tie everything together. So there's a lot of thought that's gone into it, and I think we just are going to go on up and up in Papago Park, A Mountain, hopefully Indian Bend Wash, it's in Tempe. All these desert areas are really going to thrive, and it'll be a great place for visitors. I think it's a big economic engine also for that reason. But thank you all very much, and I love Tempe, and I love the way that you've listened to this. You've listened to the Urban Corps and postponed it till February. That's to all of your credit. Tie those 3 documents together. I was an engineer at Motorola, and man, you better tie them together or one will try to stand on its own. And thank you all very much. Again, I love Tempe, and you've done a great thing for us tonight. And when you vote on it next time, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Darlene. All right, that's all I have for cards for item 6B1. Is anyone else in the audience? Yes, Ms. Gitlis?
Karen Gitlis, Maple Ash Neighborhood Association. Thank you all so much for this wonderful, wonderful project. I've been watching it for the past 3 years, and I must thank Darlene Justice and her team for the work they have done on this. She has been tenacious and persistent, and her passion has been a model for a lot of us. But this is a true feather in Tempe's cap. Congratulations.
Thanks, Karen. All right, with that, we're not taking a vote on this tonight, so if there's no other comments, we move on to item 6B2, to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance amending the Tempe City Code, Chapter 2, Articles 5, Division 7, Sections 2-39 through 2-240, relating to the Parks, Recreation, Golf, and Double Butte Cemetery Advisory Board. The second and final public hearing is scheduled for November 7th, 2019. This is a public hearing item. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address us under item 6B2? Could you please get my attention? Seeing none, We'll close the public hearing comment. Any comments or discussion from council? Seeing none, move on to item 6B3 is,
She did, she just hit the rec desk.
6B3 is, or, this last one, train of thought. 6B3, sorry, is introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance for an amended planned area development overlay to establish development standards and the development plan review for a new 12-story hotel containing 180 keys and commercial uses for 6th and College Hotel located at 580 South College Avenue. The applicant is Gamage and Burnham. The second final public hearing is scheduled for November 7, 2019. This is a public hearing item. Before we go to public comment, which I do have a card with the applicant. Ms. Vaz, like to make a statement?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for the record, my name is Manjula Vaz, law firm of Gamage and Burnham. In the interest of time, I was going to make a very short presentation, and I'm happy to make a longer presentation next week. I just wanted to say, I guess, a couple of things. As you may remember, this project came to you. This is at 6th and College. I think you all know where it is. It's just south of our office building at 6th and College currently. It was originally designed as a hotel with residential above. And over the last year, we think is a better project. It's complicated to try to build residential on top of the hotel. We had a separate residential garage with the hotel garage. As you may remember, we had kind of, I can show you a picture, a lot of more parking. And so since we've taken out the residential, the hotel has come down about 100 feet. So it came down from 270 to 170. And what you see now, it's a 12-story hotel versus 22 stories. And you don't see the garage parking. Our garage parking has been brought down to 2 levels, and it's stacked coming off 6th Street right here. But we have done, we think, and the planning department, the DRC, is a better design, a more complete design, still active on the ground floor, trying to activate both 6th Street and College, the full-service 5-star hotel. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I can go on, but I can make a more thorough presentation next time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Arenado Savage.
I missed it, and I apologize. The ground floor area, can you talk about that really quick? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure, sure. So this is very similar just in terms of kind of active ground floor. One of the things is you know, I'm very concerned and care about College. So we wanted to make sure that we have the full service restaurant on College. This ground floor is very similar to what we had before, a full service restaurant with the patio on the corner at 6th Street, wrapping in the corner. These are outdoor, both indoor and outdoor seating. It'll serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Let me just get you a better picture. And then you'll see the cafe. We have a drop-off valet, like up College, then the hotel lobby. We can tear some pictures, just trying to show you. I can come see you and bring you better pictures, but try to show you just the activity, kind of indoor, outdoor, glass front that you would see at a high-end hotel. So you can kind of open the area up and have people sitting, much like you see kind of, you can see that corner is supposed to resemble very similar to what's happening at Postino and Snooze. So you'll have people kind of sitting at the corner at 6th and College.
Right. You know how when you have some of those outdoor restaurants that have those really big doors, windows, to kind of create that indoor-outdoor vibe?
Yes.
Is that something that you guys have considered at all?
Yeah, and that is what we're trying to do. May not see it in this pictures, but that is what we're trying to do. These pictures are trying to create an indoor-outdoor vibe. You may not see it at all, but the plan is to open, to help open up the doors, and so you will see the indoor-outdoor kind of vibe. That's more the lobby and then here. And we can, I don't know if you can see it, but you can.
What did you say the metered parking was? What street is that on? Is that on?
So the meters exist. So yeah, there are meters along College that are going to stay.
Joel will be there too. Joel will be there? Okay.
Yeah, Joel.
That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Adams.
I think it looks like a great project, and I like the indoor-outdoor approach, and it just looks really inviting and a fun place to be. So, and obviously we need more hotels, so it'll be a great place to visit. And then people can go hike Papico Park after they check in.
You can go up Bay Mountain.
Yes, instead of going up to other cities in our valley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing item. I do have one card. Liam, please come forward. State your name and place of residence for the record. Even though, and I think you went to McClintock, right?
Yeah.
Right. Say that one more time. So one of my colleagues can hear you say that. What high school did you go to?
I went to McClintock High.
All right, so that's all I needed.
Chargers.
Go Chargers.
Must have been busted in, whatever.
Go Chargers.
My name is Liam. My current residence is 217 East 14th Street. And firstly, I'd just like to start off that this past semester, I've had 2 classes in the Del Webb building, which is on the other side of 6th Street. I take the breaks of these 2.5-hour classes on the 3rd story patio, and I like to take my time and relax and unwind and get a view of a mountain and so much of the beautiful scenery that Tempe has. I mean, Tempe is frankly very unique in that situation. I never have heard anybody say, I like to chew in the scenery of Mesa or Chandler. And that's for a reason. It's because there are a lot of sites that the Tempe residents have and want to see. And I know that this 12-story hotel, and I'm not sure if this is really an amendment to prove or deny, it seems like there's extra stuff to it, but I'd like just to voice my concern against the concept of this hotel going there, especially now seeing so many of these very fanciful pictures here about it. And firstly, I'd like to ask, why is this hotel necessary? You know, I'm a resident in Tempe. I've lived here a long time, and I guess I don't have the luxury of staying in any hotels here, but I've also never heard from anybody that there's an absolute lack of hotel or vacancy in the surrounding areas. I mean, just on 5th Street next to the transit center is the Palm Hotel. On Apache is the Graduate Hotel. Why now does there need to be another 12-story and especially this 5-star classy joint hotel need to be here? It seems like a kind of another part of this downtown area becoming more and more catering towards high-end luxury individuals and not so much the students and the residents of this community have lived here so long. Second, I'd like to also talk about the lack of land that Tempe has and how it needs to be efficient in the decision-making of what it's going to be putting in there. I have read the 2040 general plan. I'm a huge fan of it. I love a lot of what is being said and being put in there. And I think one of the biggest things that has to say is that Tempe is landlocked, that Tempe has only 40 square miles to actually put in a lot of work into. And I think to me that kind of adds on to this question of like, why is this necessary? Why is this going here? Especially when it's going to block off and take away so much scenery that the Tempe public can regularly enjoy without having to buy expensive hotel rooms, go to the penthouse suites to get the view. And what else can we do with this? I'd like to also talk about maybe possible alternatives that this space could be. It's so close to ASU campus, it could be used for more commercial uses. I know there are talks about commercial uses in this hotel, but to me they sound very similar to the Postinos, to these locations that are catering to high-end individuals. I'd love to see something that actually promotes the town's character in a way that is affordable and accessible to all, not just those businessmen who are staying in this hotel. I'd love to see places that cater for the residents and the school members of ASU in that area. And so I feel as though that I would love if Tempe City Council or somehow we could look to alternatives towards that space, because it is a great piece of land and I think it can contribute great things much beyond a 5-star hotel. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Cubey.
Salim, I just want to make the point that tourism is a pretty big revenue generator in Tempe, and I think it's the 2nd largest generator of sales tax revenue. And one of the reasons, and Ken Jones will tell us this often, is one of the reasons our budget is so healthy comparatively to other cities is that we bring in tourism revenue, and this hotel revenue is really important. It's why we have the largest funding for human services in the East Valley. There's a lot of really good things that come from that. I realize there is going to be some blockages of a mountain. The property owner has the right to build, I think, 24 stories?
27?
27
22.
stories, 22. So the fact that they've reduced the height to 12, I mean, it's way better scenario than it could be, and we can't restrict them in this. And I think that we'll end up getting more sales revenue. And we do, speaking of someone who works at ASU and works in events, ASU is a major Research One university. We bring in scientists from all over the world, and we struggle to find hotels in Tempe that can house both the participants at conferences and house the actual conferences. And the more we can keep that within the city, the more we keep revenue and generate it, so we can be a healthier city and do the things that we love to do that really make us distinct. So I'll be supporting the project.
And tourism is the second leading industry in the state, the second is technology. And we do have a pretty diverse stock in hotels in terms of Courtyards by Marriott. We have a Residence Inn by Marriott. We have the Tempe Mission Palms. And we don't have enough hotels. We have the Canopy is under construction, and the Westin is. And there's an AC Marriott hotel at Rio Salado. We don't have enough rooms to help house some of the energy the people that are coming here for work and business. That really helps fuel the quality of life that our residents and even students expect from the city to help maintain that and improve it in ways. And that's one of the key elements to have a diverse tax base, and not just on one area, but it's across the board. And that's what you've seen here tonight. Everything from the Maker District, what we're looking at, to to the urban core, to other parts of our city. So thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Chin.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you both for coming today, and I want you to come back anytime you want. I don't think you came here to hear lectures, right? But if I may remind you that the businessmen that you said were staying there, there will be business women also staying there. Also, we need to be inclusive of, and you mentioned this, we need to take care of our residents. Well, our residents also go to the Postinos and the other establishments in town. And I think if you polled the room, I think we want more of those businesses. And as my council colleagues mentioned, tourism is a very important industry. ASU draws a lot of visitors, but Tempe, Town Lake, the destination, is a destination point. So in order to sustain our quality of life, we also need the bed taxes also.
Anyone else like to speak on item 6B3? See, this was just the first hearing on this item. Moving on, item 6B4, let's introduce and hold a first public hearing to adopt an ordinance for a zoning map amendment from GID to MU4 and a planned area development overlay to establish development standards. Public hearing to adopt a resolution authorizing a general plan project land use map amendment from commercial to mixed use, and the general plan project density map amendment from no density to high density, up to 65 dwelling units per acre, and a development plan review for a new 4-story mixed-use development consisting of 324 dwelling units and commercial uses for Park Broadway, located at 711 West Broadway Road. The applicant is Humantel and Affiliates. The second and final public hearing is scheduled for November 7th, 2019. Mr. Humantel, I'd like to make a statement.
Thank you. Yes, I would. And oftentimes, when we're at the first public hearing and we only have public support, I limit my presentation. And unfortunately, I know it's getting a little bit late, but I'm not sure I'm going to limit it as much as you'd like, but I'd ask for your patience. When the hearing first ended up being here instead of the normal chambers, I was frankly a little bit disappointed. My office is close and I can finally walk to the council chambers, and I had to drive here. But it turns out it's a good thing. As I listened to the discussions that we heard tonight, a couple of things came to mind. The first is we're having this meeting here. Behind you is the history museum, excuse me. And you're 30 years, but I heard Stu is 50 and Karen is over 40. And what we're talking about is history and change. And ironically, I didn't notice this before, but there's a sign behind you in red in the museum that says building our community. And that's really what we've been talking about tonight, is change and history. It's the red sign almost behind Mr. Keating from where I'm sitting.
It's there.
And so the History Museum is sort of an appropriate place to talk about what's happening tonight, particularly as we talk about this industrial area. As I'm sure you all know, this industrial area was built a very long time ago, and it's become a little bit obsolete. In fact, when it was built as an industrial area really based on rail spurs. Over time, the rail spurs changed and the regulations, the federal regulations for particular refrigerated cars changed, and the turning radiuses for rail became different. They were too tight to meet today's regulations. Hensley was the first of the big people to move out, and they couldn't ship their wares by rail anymore. And so slowly, like Mr. Keith mentioned in Lansing, I grew up in Detroit, and when I was 18, I moved to Tempe, and I feel the same way that you do about this area. It's sad to see what hasn't been very much change. In the 30 years that I have lived within a mile or so of this area, I've seen very little change on Broadway, but this council has taken, I think, great action tonight to recognize that and to help change an area of Tempe. You know, we've seen huge change in the downtown area. We've seen huge change at ASU. When I moved out here, South Tempe hardly existed. Those things have all changed since at least I came to Tempe, and I'm Stu I haven't been here for 50 years, but I've been here for a long time. But this is an area that we've seen almost no change. We're proposing to change that. We're taking a site, most of you probably know this is the Wells Fargo banking building. The time that I've been here, it's been Wells Fargo for most of that time. We're First Interstate before it. It's had a number of variations of the use of the building. When this building was built, banking was almost all paper. Over time, computers came and the size of the space that was needed changed. It became more back office space than storage of bank records. It was never a particularly attractive building. Like most things, age has not been kind to it. I say that understanding that's been the same for me. The building didn't have great architectural character when it was built, and it's essentially the same. It sits on a pretty important corner in the Makers District. It sits at Broadway and Roosevelt. All of you know Broadway. Broadway is a pretty important entrance for most of Tempe. I remember many years ago when Fred Brinningham, a planning director many years ago, used to talk about the problems of Broadway.
You pulled that out of the archives.
I did, but we're in a history museum, so it seems appropriate. Fred used to talk about one of the plans in Tempe at the time was people would go through Tempe to go to Mesa, or the other way to go to Phoenix. He talked about making Broadway Road one way in each direction, so you couldn't get all the way through without stopping in Tempe. That never happened, and we have on Broadway what has been on Broadway for a long time. It was an industrial era. The Makers District has looked brilliantly at doing things differently, and even the Republic has noticed that this council has taken action to solve what has been sort of a disappointment over the years. It has been a struggle in this area. I think things on either side of it have been great, but Broadway Road itself has been a struggle, and it's a sad struggle because it is the identity that so many people bring to at least this part of Tempe. And so as we worked on our project, we, I think, always understood a number of different things, that unlike most projects, Evergreen, my clients, purchased a site years ago. This isn't a site that they might own if the zoning goes through. It's a site they own today. And it gave us a little more freedom to decide certain things. We understood that whatever we do here will be the first of the Makers District, and that we have an opportunity to change the character of what happens on Broadway in a way that for 30 years hasn't really happened between Priest and the railroad tracks. And we understood that the council has had a strong desire to create workforce housing. That would be something that we should strive for, not only because of the Makers District, but because this is a different kind of site. And I'll get into some of those reasons as we move forward. I'm going to skip through some of these slides just because I think when we prepared this presentation, we don't know where the conversation's going, and we didn't know that you discussed the Makers District first. But we have discussed that, and you have decided on that, and I commend you for that. And one of the things you talked about is workforce housing. And we have, from day one, worked on a goal of creating workforce housing. And even today, Levon and I had some discussions about this becoming workforce housing. Workforce housing is a challenge. Councilman Kuby mentioned the legal challenges. There are also all kinds of practical challenges. There are some things that make this site particularly good for workforce housing. For one, it's in a place where you might expect less expensive housing. It's not in the urban core area where you have the lake and the downtown, and you have higher rents in those areas. People are paying for that location, frankly. The same is true along the Apache corridor, where the university and others have spent significant sums to create sort of what has become largely an ASU student community. And people are paying to be in that and closer to the university resources. Our site doesn't have those advantages. We also purchased it longer ago, and we're building a product that doesn't have things like, for example, structured parking, which adds substantial cost to a building, and that gets passed on to tenants. And so our goal has always been to create some level of workforce housing. We've been able to make sure that 100% of the spaces, the units, fall within Tempe's workforce housing goals. This is an income chart we received from the city, and you can see this is the area that Tempe views as workforce housing. And you can see that we are putting 100% of our units in the workforce housing range in this project. We're really proud to have done that. We're proud to have created a project that does the things we set out to do, we think, which is change the streetscape along Broadway. And we'll talk about that in a bit, but we have provided a robust landscape package that provides a place that's walkable. We've provided rents that we think and believe and understand from your staff fall in your definition of workforce housing. I know that that is an issue that continues to be discussed by this council. I think I also want to talk for a second about the location. One of the things that the Makers District, I think, envisions, and that we envision for the area, hopefully symbiotically, is that the folks that we're going to find, no one's going to end up on Broadway and Roosevelt living there by accident. The residents that we end up with are the residents who choose to live there. And we think there are a number of good reasons for that. For one, just like downtown, we think there are going to be folks that want to live pretty close to where they work so that they can walk to work and back and forth. And we believe that over time, maybe not today, but over time, that the work that the Economic Development Department has done will yield a very different industrial area. They probably won't be the same high-paying jobs that you're finding in the downtown area. The folks that are paying office rents on the lake are some of the highest in Phoenix, in the metropolitan area, certainly the highest in Tempe. Many of those jobs are pretty well paying, some of the highest in the valley. We think that the housing product that we're creating has a symbiotic relationship to the office space that we think will go there. It will be slightly less expensive office space, and it will mean that they're probably going to pay people less. But we think that the products that we're building are going to be great for the people who are going to work in that area. Our goal is to create a product that works with the future changes coming in the Makers District. There's still going to be great places to live, but because we bought the land at a different price, and because we're building a different kind of product, we're not building parking structures, and because we're not on things like the university systems in the downtown and the lake, people are paying a different rent. They're still getting a very quality apartment. In fact, the finishes that we're proposing are the same finishes that we built at our Midtown Phoenix location, the old Phoenix Motor Company. And it would encourage all of you, if you have questions as to what this product would look like, to come and see that product between now and the 7th. Obviously, this is the first hearing. There are a couple of the things I'd like to mention, and that is we have worked with economic development from the beginning to figure out how we could benefit from being part of the Makers District, but also benefit the Makers District. And one of the ways that we have agreed to do that with is to provide space without cost to the city. It's on the ground floor. We don't want to compete with the retail that's along Broadway. There's an awful lot of retail there now. And one of the things we heard when we canvassed some of the local neighboring businesses is they didn't want us to compete by having more retail. This allows the city to have a tool that they don't already have. I mean, we've mentioned several times this evening that in Arizona, we have some limited challenges as to providing tools to bring businesses to provide affordable housing, to do other things. We have to be creative. we think by providing the space along Broadway, the city can use this as a tool to bring other makers' space to life, and specifically to allow makers a place along Broadway, even if they're tucked back in the project, more to life, more to Broadway, more to where the people would be, while still having space back in the Makers District. We are also required to provide both signage and art. We've got some conceptual images as to what that would be. They're really just to give you a sense of location. The requirement is that we work with your staff to come up with both what that art would be and what that signage would be, and frankly, there's probably an art component to the signage and a signage component to the art, meaning that both the signage and the art would indicate to people driving by or coming to the Makers District that this is part of the Makers District. It doesn't benefit us directly, it benefits us all as part of the Makers District. This is an example of what the signage might look like. It might be very different. It's a sense of arrival in the district. Maybe the Tempe logo is part of it. Maybe the gears that we've provided are part of it. And maybe it's something different. We've tried to make it sort of industrial in feel, but we don't pretend to have the answers to what it should be. It's just a commitment that we're going to work with your staff to come up with something that works for you. This is the first of 2 hearings. We'll be back, but I imagine there are questions, and I'd like to field them at this point in time if there are.
Thank you. Councilmember Keating?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Humanel.
You have public comment, though, after you.
Do you want to do public comment first?
I mean, we could, if you have a question from Mr. Humanel.
I was just going to comment on the project. Let's take the public comment first.
Can I ask you questions?
Vice Mayor Keating?
So did you file our new affordable housing impact statement?
I'm sorry, did I do what?
Affordable housing impact statement? Have you filed one for your project?
I have not. In fact, I don't know about it, so I apologize. But even in my conversations today with housing, that didn't come up.
As part of our affordable housing strategy, one of the first things we adopted was an affordable housing impact statement. Kind of think of an environmental impact statement, but it's meant to, after we've done this whole baseline study of where we stand with our affordable workforce and market rate housing, it's meant to be a document that a developer files at the first time they contact the city, so they can say what their housing stock will be and be really definitive about, not just workforce, but what the actual rents are and such.
We're happy to work with whoever it is you suggest to file that.
Maybe the time it took effect was, was after that you first approached.
When did this come into effect?
Chad could probably answer that. Okay.
It's not housing.
Frankly, I've not heard of it before. I'm sorry, but we'll find out about it. If it was this spring, we'd filed much sooner than that.
Right. It's probably just, but that's something, and it would benefit you to do it. So it's not a tool that doesn't create affordable workforce housing. It just allows us to observe and point in time to see what your project's impact will be on our housing picture.
I'm looking for something to do tomorrow morning anyway, so now it will be that.
And the other thing is, can you be more definitive about what the rents will be? When we say workforce, there is a whole variation. Can you clarify how many units at what rent? And what is the term of that agreement? Because as we were discussing earlier, I'd say a 10-year term would not be agreeable to me, because 10 years will be done in the blink of an eye.
So, yes, I can do that. In fact, what I'll do specifically is prepare a different chart for the next meeting so that you have it. I do think you mentioned clearly the state law issues today. I don't frankly know how we're not asking for anything. There's no development agreement. We're not asking you for a GIPLET. We're not asking for city participation. We're doing this on our own, in part because we think it's the right thing to do, and in part because we think that that's what this area calls for, that we think that these are the rents that we would get. Yeah. So we don't have a particular thing that we're bound to. I don't know how you do that legally, honestly. We'll certainly investigate that, and another council member has asked today for us to investigate that.
I'd just like to see there's 324 units.
That's correct.
When you divide them to the studio, 1 bedroom, I just want to see what the rents would be for each of those.
We'll come back in the second hearing and talk more about that.
And to know the term of those rents too. I know that our city housing staff will work with you and be an agent for, and not an agent for you, but be able to qualify people for the housing too, because we need to have people show what their incomes are to qualify for that.
But I can answer part of your question directly, which is how many of the units fall within workforce? 100% of them.
Right. Mm-hmm.
The issues that you're talking about now are more the regulation, not are they workforce housing, but how do you regulate that? And we'll be prepared to answer that in more detail in the next hearing. But there are some challenges legally and otherwise with it.
Okay.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor, or Councilmember Iredano Savage, and then Councilmember Adams.
And I want to hear public comment, but I just want to clarify a couple things. And since you have the slide up right now, can you tell me, based on what your expectations of rent, where you fall when you talk about your tie to workforce? Are you closer to 120? Or are you closer?
We're closer to 100%. In fact, we're just under 100%. We'll prepare some exhibits for the next hearing that show that. But we're about 100%. I think it's 98% actually.
Okay. And then, I mean, I think the gentleman brought it up too in regards to workforce housing, and you may be right in the sense of what that area may bear for a little bit, but you know, what is the intent to try to stay within that range for the years to come?
So nobody can see the future. If we didn't believe in Tempe and we didn't believe in this area, we wouldn't do the project. We hope that over time, all boats rise. We hope the area will change. Frankly, we're not going to have the kinds of amenities naturally or otherwise. We're not going to have, no one's going to build a lake here, no one's going to build a downtown here, no one's going to build a light rail system here, no one's going to build a garage for us after. Those are the things that raise rents. So we anticipate that we're going to be within that affordable range for a long time, maybe forever. We hope that we get some increase in rent. In fact, we think everyone in Tempe will probably have that to some degree, but we're not building luxury units. There's been a lot of discussion tonight about the term luxury, not as it relates to this case, but as it relates to others. And I think there's no question that much of the product in the downtown area and along light rail has been designed to be luxury. And I've been at this similar podium downtown in front of this same body before, and you've asked me. And I've said, no, these products are designed not to be affordable, but they're designed to be luxury. They're designed to be more expensive units. In fact, I think what I've often said is they're probably not the most expensive, but they're close to it. They're not designed to be low-cost units.
So
that's not the case here. Here they're designed to be affordable.
Market rate, but they'll be workforce housing. Right?
These are designed to be workforce, yes. And it's hard later to convert them to luxury.
Right, understand. Well, I'll be anxious to hear a little bit more and to actually see kind of what your your rents particularly, what that's going to look like on a monthly basis. And I think Vice Mayor mentioned it too in regards to what units will fall where. I think that's going to be really important. If you say it's 100%, that's great. I totally agree.
It is, but I'll go step by step in the next presentation.
Sure.
I'll spend a lot of time on it.
And I want to bring something up that you have in your document that you put it, and it's on. I got to figure out how to do this, but.
Which document?
This is your, I just lost it. You have actually put together a booklet when it's not going to be up here.
Oh, okay.
It's in our background material.
The original submittal.
Correct.
Probably.
And it's attachment, to me, it's attachment 13, but it just talks about, describe the public benefit of the proposed amendment in terms of impact on the city's infrastructure, water, utility, streets, terms of, traffic and things like that. And I guess I just would beg to differ with your response. Saying that a couple of things, that the proposed Park Broadway will utilize the same services based on the traffic generation comparison. The site will actually generate fewer AM and PM peak trips, putting less strain on the existing Broadway road services. I mean, I'd love to, I guess maybe I need to spend a little more time on the traffic study and understand that. And then secondly, it says, too, that the redevelopment of the site will not create an increase in the need for city services such as fire or police staffing more than the previous use of the bank. And I would really beg to differ when you are going from a bank to how many units are we talking about?
524.
500, right? I mean, how many bedrooms are we talking? 500 and, actually I have it in my notes.
It's 27, but I'll tell
Right.
you exactly.
I mean, so I think that's something that maybe might be a little.
Excuse me.
I just can't imagine that you're going from an existing bank to a 500 and some bed
Let me give you our
development
perspective as to why.
And you don't have to answer these now. I just
No,
would
I'd
like
like
to
to.
have some clarification, I think, between now and then. And then when we talk about that too, also the fact that you're asking for reduced parking by 105 parking spots, I think it would be really good to understand. So I can explain that when people are asking why the reduction of a significant number of parking spots.
So a couple of different things. Let me take them sort of a piece at a time. And we can reasonably disagree on some of those things. And frankly, you could change my mind on some of them. As it relates to traffic, it's pretty easy. The way the ITE works, the International Traffic Engineers sort of manual or studies. Today, it's a vacant building. It was for many years a bank building. The bank actually is still paying rent, but moved out because the space is no longer acceptable for their needs. But if it were to be filled today, it would be back office, and we use the numbers as to what that space would be if it were used. If you want to look at it as empty space and remaining empty, well, of course, the apartments are going to have more use than an empty building. But if we don't build the apartments, it's not going to remain empty. It's going to be back office, and there's a lot of space there, and there's a lot of parking spaces, and so.
Well, no, I want to clarify, because you didn't say, in your notes, it doesn't say anything about being empty. Now, you're not comparing it to when it's empty, you're comparing it to when it was actually a working bank.
Or actually, not necessarily a working bank, but commercial space. This is in fact GIT space. So it would be what it would be if we released it. And we can run those in a different way.
I'm just basing it on what I read, that's all.
Okay, commercial space is almost always comparably generating more traffic according to the ITE than residential, because people come and go all day as opposed to residential. But we'll be prepared to discuss that in greater detail. Secondly, fire and police. The same is true if you have, for example, the State Farm office space generates significant police activity, I assume, every time somebody has a car that's stolen or a car that's broken into or something. But it's a different kind of use for police and fire for sure. We're not suggesting in any way that the police and fire resources aren't important and that we won't tax them. And if we're wrong about our assessment, I apologize. We're happy to talk to whoever it is you suggest to find out what you think the appropriate reference should be. We're not suggesting that none of our residents will require police or fire. Certainly they will. We think that it's consistent with what you'd find if we did back office space where people have heart attacks during the day, they have medical emergencies, police come for all kinds of things, including things that happen on the property and things that don't, harassment, phone calls, those kinds of things. We'll provide more information on that. And you have previously yesterday, you and I had a conversation about parking. And so we'll be prepared to address in detail in the next meeting, the parking and why we think this is the appropriate number. Yes, we're asking for a reduction. As you know, almost every project in Tempe comes and asks for a reduction. In fact, I don't know of a project in recent years that hasn't. The question is, why is this number appropriate? And you've been very clear, you want to make sure that whatever number we've provided doesn't provide overflow problems beyond our project. And we'll be prepared to go in detail as to why we think it's the right number for us based on our experience, but also what other things that are similar in Tempe have done.
Well, and I think and I just want to say thank you both to you, Matt, for taking the time to sit down and meet. And I know you've met with many of us, so I really do appreciate that. And I know we want to make a really good project. You said some things that have been fantastic in regards to it's the right corner, it's a perfect corner. It is the entry into a really new, great place, but at the same time, we want to make sure we get it right too. And then I guess my other question I would ask, and you can get back to me just to put it for reference, is if we are going to do reduced parking, and I'm going to hold you just as accountable as any other developer, I mean, what are you doing to encourage people to get out of their cars? Are you working with the bus system? Are you giving up bus passes? Or are there things that you might be incorporating within the development or within the residents that come to help them really encourage use of multimodal transportation? So, and you can answer that later. But
Okay,
anyway,
we'll be
thank you,
prepared to
Mayor.
answer that.
Councilmember Adams?
Yes, I, for one, am impressed about the reduced parking, and I think one of the reasons that we talked about the reduced parking is because people are going to be able to walk to their jobs around that area because of what we're doing in the area. Also, we talk about workforce housing every meeting, or almost every meeting here, and I'm just really happy, Charles, that you have made it come true for us with this project. And I think, we're going to work out the little details, but I don't see them as anything that will stop this project. And I'm very much in favor of this project going forward and appreciate you working with us on it.
Thank you.
I have a question, but I want to hear we have a couple public comments. I'll address that afterwards with the rest of the council, if that's okay. We have 2 public comment cards. Is Frida still here? Yes. Please come forward. Sorry it took so long, Frida.
I'm Frida Rothermel, and I live at 509 West 15th Street, just about 6 blocks north of this project off of Roosevelt. So it seems like this is a great project, and I like what everyone's thinking about doing on Broadway, but I don't want you to forget what this impact is going to be to our neighborhood. Roosevelt has become a bypass for Mill and Hardy when the traffic gets bad. And with all these 500 parking spaces, these people are going to be coming up Roosevelt. And we don't have complete sidewalks. We have people walking dogs, strollers, elderly with walkers on our road. We have the Orbit come by, which is, I'm guessing, where some of these people are going to come to the Orbit. And people who are waiting for the Orbit are either standing on private property or in the street. So it's not, this impact of a bunch of people, the housing is going to impact the neighborhood right north of it, and we've been forgotten. So I would really encourage the council to complete our sidewalks before you complete a huge project that's going to impact us. Now, I noticed also on here, he also mentioned that they could be using bicycles because Roosevelt has a bike lane. Well, between Broadway and Southern, that bike lane goes down to almost maybe a foot. And so many potholes, it's not a bike lane. So if you're really going to develop that whole area as mixed use, you need to really consider your bike paths. And by the way, Farmer, also right behind Tempe High School, does not have complete sidewalks either, nor a bike path. Oh, and one other thing, as you're designing into this area, do your corners so that semis can make a turn into the industrial area without either having to go into the lane of the opposing traffic or over a sidewalk corner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good idea.
Councilmember Keating?
Yeah, I would just like to respond to that really quickly. You've definitely been heard. As I mentioned earlier, we did allocate some funding to the CIP, I think like a year ago, to make right-of-way and like bike infrastructure, sidewalk improvements in that area as well. So they are coming. It'll be a little while, but they're on the way.
Before the building?
Well,
I don't know about that.
It's not on Roosevelt.
It's not on Roosevelt.
It's
It's
on
only
Broadway.
all the way in Roosevelt.
Yeah, but
He's
she's talking about Roosevelt by
Roosevelt.
Clark Park. North.
Oh, okay. My mistake.
Yeah, we don't have.
Thank you for correcting me,
It's from Broadway to 13th, both Roosevelt and Farmer.
My
do
mistake.
not
I
have
thought you were
complete-
talking about the Broadway and Roosevelt corner.
And if I could add,
But to Councilmember Keating's point, we are increasing the usability of the infrastructure on Broadway. That's something that's lacking, and it was stated earlier, didn't have some sidewalks anyways on Broadway.
Okay, thank you.
and if I could add, Frida, you make a really excellent point, because also we have plans for a pool, an aquatic center, some kind of pool at Clark Park, and so there's going to be increased pedestrian and bike traffic and all traveling to the pool. So you make a really good point about the sidewalk.
If I can make one more comment, now that I was thinking about, a pool would be fantastic, and parking around Clark Park is tight. And, when you're thinking about parking about this building, remember when there's overflow, we get a lot of parking from ASU in our neighborhood and stuff like that. And if there's not enough parking, the problem will be is people can't park on Roosevelt nor on Broadway for this development. So you got to make sure that there's enough for all the residents there. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry DeGenis?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of council, want to thank you again for allowing me a chance to speak tonight. My name is Larry DeGenis, and I reside in the Holdeman neighborhood where I serve as the chair of my neighborhood association. And my neighborhood is located just north of Broadway Road and a little bit to the west of this location. So I'm very familiar with this site. It is close by, it's within walking distance from my home. And I've come here tonight to voice my support for this project. Now, there's two main reasons why I support this project. First, the impact this will have on Broadway corridor. I believe this project really fits in nicely with the overall goal and vision of the Broadway corridor plan. This development, I believe, will set a really good precedent for the area. I think that it would help encourage more developments along Broadway Road. It will also support existing businesses that are already within walking distance from here. And it will help revive the long time vacant spaces, such as the strip mall located diagonally across the street. I do also like the proposed renderings of the sidewalk along Broadway Road, which includes many shade trees. I think this will help make the Broadway Road portion more pedestrian friendly. The second reason I support this project is due to the positive impact I believe it will have on Clark Park. So Clark Park is located just a couple blocks north of this site. And I envision that many of the residents that will live here will frequent Clark Park due to being within short walking distance. So the addition of these new residents using Clark Park will help support some of the various community amenities the neighborhoods have worked on in recent years. This includes the community garden, the dog park, Arts in the Park event, and even our annual GAIN event, and even also the future Clark Park pool, which I'm really excited for. So all in all, I believe this project will be a good thing both for the Broadway corridor as well as for our neighborhoods that are north of Broadway Road. And so that is the feedback I wanted to give today. And thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to have public comment on the item 6B4? Could you please get my attention? Yes. Oh, yeah, Maria. Sorry. I have a card, but I'm not used to seeing a staff person write a card.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to give an opportunity to show our support from economic development for this project. I have to say it was very heartening to see the great response that the community gave as we were going through the general plan amendment to create the Tempe Maker District, and working with the Evergreen Company as well as Charles Humantle has been also a very good first step, we think, in terms of making the Maker District come true. We really are excited about their commitment to workforce housing, the fact that 100% of it they've committed to being workforce, and they have a lot of the things put in place to ensure that the construction costs don't go high, as we know that's a big driver for rental costs. So it's again, very heartening to see that as well. Although, of course, being economic development, one of the things we're most excited about is the unique offering that they are providing, which is the 2,000 square feet of free commercial space. We think it's going to be a great way, first of all, to provide a unique commercial amenity, not only to the residents, of course, that are going to be living at Park Broadway, but also to the district and people that are in the district, or now that we're having more shade, et cetera, pedestrians, people passing through, more activity that will be coming about in the district. But additionally, it's going to be a great showcase for our Tempe makers. So it's a great opportunity for Tempe manufacturers, of which there are many, to showcase their wares and become better known and just help brand Tempe as a place where stuff gets made. So with that, I just wanted to point out that we thank you very much, and thank you also to our partners here. We're very excited about this project.
Thank you. Tim Palmer. State your name and place of residence for the record.
Yes, my name is Tim Palmer. I live on West Fairmont Drive, close to this project, and I'm also a 55-year member or resident of Tempe. As I've said in the past, I'm highly supportive of this project, and I super love the idea. And I'm glad it's going to probably go forward. I can't help but stress that this is a critical time for the DRC to be extremely critical about how each and every project goes through in this district. And I would hope that by some of the very quick images that I saw of this project, it didn't really seem like there was much curiosity to the architecture. And I would hope that everybody takes another look at how this project can have more curiosity and more impact for the future, because this seems like it's being designed for today or possibly 5 years ago, but not going forward for the future. So I think the project's a great idea. I just think it needs to step up. There's a saying in design that there is no cost difference between good and bad design. And I think that this project could be pushed a little further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public before I close public comment? Okay, we close. Mr. Hemata, I got a question for you. You mentioned, I can't find my pages. This is supposed to be, this is one of the first projects for the Maker District. And one of the things that we talked about earlier before we got to this item was we really want to have a unique design that sets us up from other parts of the community. I mean, I've looked at the design. Hopefully you take some of the comments from DRC and from staff in particular and design elements to help make this stand out apart from just a traditional, yes, it is an apartment building, but this is also a Maker District where we have an opportunity to have some unique design. If you could, when you come back, take some of the recommendations from staff as well as some DRC comments regarding the design element. And then also, what's the total square footage of this project? Is it over 300,000, right, square feet? You recommended 1,866 roughly square feet. I lost my page.
I don't know the answer offhand.
Yeah,
I can have it next time. We don't. I believe it's 378,731 square feet to be exact.
Of that, you're dedicating about a little over 1,800 square feet for commercial makerspace that's free. That's based on the size of that. I just want to make sure is that space to be that could be free makerspace for the life of the project.
Yes.
Okay, and that's less than not even 1% of the project. Any way to expand on that to help out, or?
I don't know. We certainly are open to discussing things. What number did you think was?
I don't know. That's right.
We didn't look at it as a percentage.
We'd love to have a conversation.
Sorry, go ahead.
And then you talked about live work units.
If I could answer that question, though, I'm sorry. We're happy to look at some other plan, and if there's a number that you think we should be trying to hit, we certainly look to do that. I think we tried to figure out what amount of space would be usable in a productive way, and working with your staff, that's the number we came up with. If there's some other alternative design you'd like us to look at, we certainly would.
Okay. And then you talk about co-working live work units. I think I saw 6,000 square feet. That's less than 2%. Is there any way to help with more live work units to make it more of a mixed use project? Because the 6,000, if you take the 6,000 square feet versus the 378,000 square feet, that's less than 0.015%.
We can study that. I'm not an architect. I don't know the answer to that, but we can, that's certainly.
I want to make it as much mixed use as possible.
Okay, understood.
Because it's a unique character area with that. I think that'd be good. I may not have support for that, but I think it's something I would like to see if you guys are willing to look at that, to really be creative, to make it that unique building that you guys were trying to do.
If I can just address a little bit to that, we'll look at all those things. I do think when we talk about design, we do have to be conscious of one thing. If you want to keep the product workforce and affordable, the more you do to change the design to make it more expensive, the less affordable it is. And so both with that and parking, some of this is the story of the three bears, which is you can have too much, you can have too little, and we're trying to get just the right amount, particularly with parking, and we'll come back and discuss this in detail. If we have too much, it means that we've spent money on asphalt instead of landscaping and an area that doesn't absorb heat. And we're not getting any more or less land. It's all the same amount of land, and the building's about the same size. So if we put too much parking in, what we're doing is taking away landscape material. If we put too little parking in, then we have a problem because we're going to have a tough time renting units because people won't be able to park. So while I certainly agree and understand that it's an issue for the council, and for different reasons, in part because you're affected more by what happens off our property, frankly, than we are, it's really important to us too, because if we don't build the project right, it's going to affect our ability to have long-term tenants. And so we'll come back, we'll study that, we'll come back, we'll discuss it more, but it's very important to us too. The same is true with design, but we'll look at the ability to maybe provide more live-work units and study how that could happen.
And the design element, I understand you want to stay within the workforce. I get that, but the creation of this area is to have unique projects. And having unique projects, we just wanted to stand out. Like this project can go anywhere in any city, anywhere in the valley. I mean, it's an apartment and it's evergreen. I mean, I know it's a good company, but there are multiple areas throughout the city or throughout the region. And having a unique type of building that really fits the maker district, that's all. I'm not saying you have to go to exorbitant amount. Just take some of the suggestions.
We will study it. Of course, the problem with uniqueness is that it's
It
hard
doesn't
thing
always
to
have to be
define because it's
expensive.
always
It doesn't
unique.
always
The
have to be
definition
expensive.
doesn't really transfer very
There's
well.
ways to do it. But yeah.
We'll
Okay.
study it.
Thank you. Councilman Navarro.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I do like the project, and there's some good bits and pieces of how you make things improve and stuff like that. Streetscape is, of course, a big deal for me, and the tree canopy and the shade and the structure like that. Porous type of, and I don't know if you guys could, or even with staff, just a porous type of sidewalk so the trees can grow even bigger. I think that'd be strategic. So we have the opportunity to catch rain or whatever it may need, but it just gives the growth of those that area and the vegetation to look even more grander. So maybe that might even help out a project that you're building. I appreciate the affordability. This is a struggle. Here's private property, here's not our property, right? So maybe on our property, we can have a little bit more gauge. On private property, it's a little bit different. So there we are. It's going to be affordable right now, but Maker's District could be a great Maker's District. And guess what? Just like every area, like in San Diego or anywhere else, you make something fun, guess what? Prices go up. And that's what happens. And it's damn if we do, damn if we don't. I can sit here and bang my head half the time because it's like we want this, we want that, and I can't help that sometimes. But we can help a good project and how a project looks. And that's what we're asking of Charles and his client is hopefully we're going to get the best of that project. This is really, it's our first start in this whole area. I love the fact of the art design for the area. I think work with staff, whatever it is, but we even have an arts tax. I don't even know if that applies to it in the area, or we can help out, but that's something to look at. But I think an art design is great and it is a good start. And I think that when we're doing an area like this, we want to make it as attractive as possible. Under Park, I know there's ratios and stuff and where we want to get to. And one of the things I was going to even ask staff is looking at an area like Baseline and Mill. Those apartments over there, were they affordable? Are they affordable now? They've been there for 40, 50 years. I have no idea, but there's been nothing done to them but paint and maybe a new AC unit, and that's about it. I have no idea what those rents are. But all I can say is we're trying affordability as best we can throughout our community. The only thing I can say is we stop growing, stop doing anything, maybe that will help. But I don't think that's what our residents want either. We want new sidewalks, we want to improve our sidewalks, we want to start doing these things. Those things help give us capital budget so we can improve those things. So I agree with the project. I agree that we can probably do something a little bit better. It's frustrating. I want to sit here and bang my head half the time because we're being yin and yang on this side because we're not doing this and that. And half the time we're trying to just create something beautiful. So I don't think we're going to please everyone. This is me probably going to get upset before I get really upset because it's frustrating. Because damn it, we're sitting here for half an hour and I'm going brain dead too, and I'd rather have a beer. So, let's just get this thing. Let's just get this thing going. Come back with a good project. I think you heard what we had to say, but let's be smart, guys.
It's worth noting that Four Peaks makes
Vice Mayor,
beer in the Maker's District, so that helps out.
Vice Mayor Cubey.
So I agree with Councilmember Adams about the parking, and with too much parking, it will increase your cost, but it will also increase traffic. So if we want to balance that out, that's a really important consideration. The DRC did have some issues though related to color and the repetitiveness, and color is not necessarily an increased cost. It's just a matter of making a little bit more colorful, more vibrant. And I don't know if you've considered that criticism that the DRC gave you.
We have. We've made some changes already, but we've been talking with Ryan. In fact, just yesterday, we asked for more direction on that. There's a stipulation that we agreed to that says we have to work with staff to increase the colors. And so we will. That's something we've already agreed to and are happy to do that. You're right, color doesn't have with it usually a cost. If it is, it's minimal. So we're happy to do that. And if you have particular suggestions, we'd take you up on that as well. We've been looking to staff for
Not a
direction.
colorist myself, but I would, yield to staff on that. And I agree with the mayor too about the amount of makerspace. I don't know what that number is, but if it could be increased somehow, it's not a deal breaker for me, but I like to see that. And then I wanted to ask, is Evergreen intending on managing the property?
Hold on, I have to answer it because you're not on the record. The answer is that Evergreen owns the property now. They're going to continue to own it.
Right.
They won't manage it themselves. They have somebody else that manages it, but they'll continue to own the project.
Well, in that case, you know what I'm going to ask you about. Well, one is that I'd like to see some, and perhaps I didn't read in detail enough, some permeable paving that will be helpful for retention of water and for less runoff of water. And I would hope to have some solar, that would save you costs. And there's an accelerated depreciation that's still available to you as a commercial property. Look at Fate Brewery that managed to get in a lot of solar when they built and did their adaptive use project. So I'd love to see some solar elements. And again, as we mentioned before, the terms of the workforce housing, that's going to be really important to me. I recognize that this is an important step forward with this workforce project, but I would like to see a term that isn't 10 years.
We'll be prepared to come talk about all those things. Also, I didn't have a chance to comment on Mr. Navarro's comments. We do have a pretty robust landscape package, much bigger than is required, and we'll bring some exhibits to talk about that as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Adams?
I, for one, I don't want Evergreen to go anywhere else. I know that they have choices, but we'd like to see you in Tempe. And I also don't want us to lose sight that this is an affordable housing project. And obviously you have to build it within your scope of work that's affordable and can provide affordable housing. So I want us to be really careful about not asking so much that we lose the affordability of this project. And I'm kind of with Joel on that, I guess, that, I think that you've gotten your feedback tonight of some tweaks that need to be made, but I'm going to be supporting this project.
Councilmember Chin?
Thank you. Thank you for working with our economic development team. This is the first project in the area, and it's the hardest project, and you're the first project. I love the free space that you've committed. It's 1,866 feet. That's bigger than my entire house. So I appreciate that. And it shouldn't be a permanent large space. I think it should be an incubator. I think that's the point of being a maker district. You give a Tempe business an opportunity to try it and to test it and to incubate. And then they should go on and grow and move into one of the newer buildings in the maker district. So thank you.
Thank you. It's been great to work with your economic development folks.
Councilmember Arredondo Savage?
I'm going to let Randy go first.
Randy,
because
Councilmember
I got a couple things to say, but I'll say it after him.
Thank you, Mr. Humano. This is, as you mentioned, and as we're all well aware, the first project coming to the Tempe Maker District. So it's very important we get it right. Obviously, I'm very invested that, we make Broadway align with the vision that we kind of laid out earlier. I'm very appreciative that you brought a product that's 100% workforce housing. And I know we're kind of still working on the details as far as, time restraints and all that. So, I appreciate you working with staff and other council members on that. The retail space for businesses that operate in Tempe Maker District, I think is a fantastic touch. I really appreciate that because that's, land that a space you're essentially giving away on what is, I'm sure, a very expensive project. Now, I'm a little frustrated because I feel like we spent the last half hour kind of nickel and diming you when really my number one priority is affordability of these units. We can't ask you for the cake and eat it too. Like, I mean, if there's only so much that we can go in and still have an affordable product. So, look, I mean, there's minor details to be worked out here, and I know that, you know, we've had discussions, and I know you've had discussions with staff and other council members on these, that I want to see worked out, obviously, right? You know, I think there needs to be some sort of commitment to the workforce range and all that. But that, in my mind, is my #1 priority. And we cannot come back with the very first project in the Tempe Maker District and not have it be in an acceptable price range. So I appreciate what you brought forward. I mean, 100% of your units fall in an acceptable range. You know, and you're not even at the top of the workforce AMI. So, you know, I think it's been a tremendous job. You know, I'm not worried about the under parking situation as long as it keeps the units affordable. And that, I think, has got to be, I hope the council would agree, the message that we give to you tonight, that this thing has to set a precedent. It has to set a standard for what the Tempe Maker District is going to be. And I think, by and large, you've done that. I know, again, there's you know, probably 95% there. But, you know, let's make sure that this thing stays an affordable development so that when we go back to our constituents, we'll be able to say, look at what we brought, you know, as opposed to some of the things that may be, you know, a little kind of, you know, dressing that, you know, might end up pushing up the cost. So I do agree with Councilmember Adams's statement on that, and I am super appreciative. It is my sincere hope that this is one of many projects that comes to the Tempe Maker District that has an affordable and workforce element that we've heard from our residents time and time again that the city is lacking. So thank you, Mr. Jimeno.
Councilmember Hernandez Savage.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to follow up, and I appreciate you taking the time and hearing us all out. I can't even imagine what it's like to try to figure out what the bottom line message is. But I will tell you, I think, just based on what I hear, and I thought what the intent of the Makers District was to add opportunity for housing. And one of the markets we were trying to target was workforce housing, feeling that would be a really good fit. So I agree with Councilmember Keating. I think he's spot on when we talk about, when we look at the design, even though I do agree with Mr. Palmer in front here, that I think we could stretch that design a little bit more. However, I'm willing to give up some of the cost it may cost to change that design for a consistent affordability. I think that's really more important in the sense of keeping a workforce housing project, workforce housing for many years to come. Now, I know also we still have the incentive to be researched for development fees, the opportunity to get back 50% of development fees, if you guys remember that, we implemented when we did our housing working group. So that is still an opportunity. I think a lot of it is in regards to keeping things workforce housing is the interiors and the designs and the finishes. And maybe there's things that we can talk about and think about that would really help keep those rents down for a longer period of time. And to me, I'm willing to give up the parking too, in the sense that it does keep it workforce housing and for years to come. So I look at it like this is going to set the precedent of things that come first. I mean, comes after that. You're going to be the first one. You're right. You're on a very prominent corner. You're going to help jumpstart the rest of the makers. So I appreciate you guys wanting to jump into that fray and be that iconic corner. So, I mean, I can't think of better partners to be able to do that with, but I will tell you, I agree that the affordability piece is going to be really, really important, and making sure that it stays affordable for the years to come and how we work through that and make it happen. You know, I'm very grateful for your willingness to sit down and try to figure that out. And I do appreciate the 1,800 square feet. I think that the tie with working with economic development and letting people sell products there, maybe it's not as big as we want, or maybe it's not specifically what we want. But my thought process was, is it a tie to the Makers District? Is it really showcasing what we're doing? And I believe that it is. And I think that if we try to take more space, are we eliminating the affordability of the place? And that's not where I'm willing to go. If we force you or encourage you to do solar, is that going to also reduce the affordability piece? So to me, top priority is going to be affordability and consistency for years to come. So thank you.
Councilmember Keating, then Vice Mayor Kuby.
Something I do want to mention, and I don't know if we can even do this, but Councilmember Navarro had mentioned maybe using some, because you're going to put some signage and public art about how this is the Maker District. We did just pass an arts tax. If we could help out in that regard and take off some of the costs from you, because I mean, we want to brand that area anyway. I don't know if legally you can do that, but that'd be something I'd be interested in too. If that saves you money, we can add some of the stuff that other council members were talking about, and kind of meet in the middle. Again, I don't know if we're allowed to do that.
That seems like a phenomenal idea. I think you could do it. The original plan for the Makers District, as I understand it, had some areas that were set aside for public art. We're proposing one of those and doing some art ourselves. But you're right, everything that we do takes away from the affordability component. I think it would be really cool if we did something and you did something as well and used some of the art funds to make it even more robust, so that when you drive by this area, it's really something. And maybe you could also do whatever we're working on. Maybe something happens on the east side of Roosevelt as well, where the city has some right of way where you could do something. So we really start to brand the area. I think it's a phenomenal idea. And worth mentioning as well that Mr. Palmer has been involved in lots of things over time, and we heard his comments as well. So we'll take those into consideration. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Palmer.
So, Mayor, excuse me, how do we look into that then? Does he just do that with staff, or do we have to tell him? I mean, I don't know how that works. Judy, somebody?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. We'll be happy to look into that and see what options there may be.
Thank you.
I'm happy to work with your art staff. They're great. I think they probably need some direction from one of you up there and probably next to you to your left to make sure that they know that they should work, because it's an unusual request. It's a great one. But I think if I called cold, they would think it was a bit odd.
Helps drive down rents. I'm all for it.
Maybe it'd be great to bring everybody together.
Well, I just want to push back against some things I've heard said. Permeable paving isn't necessarily more expensive, and you could look into the lower costs of that as those materials have evolved.
I didn't say that it was more expensive, and we'll look into that. I don't know the answer, but we'll look into that
And secondly,
as well as water harvesting.
A more striking color palette isn't necessarily more expensive. Last I looked, it's not like magenta is more expensive than white because there's more hue. I mean, so, that's not necessarily more expensive.
You asked us to look into colors, and we said we
Yeah,
would.
no, you did. And also, the reason I asked whether Evergreen was going to retain ownership is that it's sometimes hard to advocate for solar in the state of Arizona when you have a developer that's kind of flipping the property. But if there's long-term management and a relationship there are common areas in your buildings that could benefit. If you look over the life cycle, I'm not talking about looking over a 1 year, 2 year time span where there will be savings that will accrue to you. And there is an accelerated appreciation for businesses who do commercial solar. And even, is it APS or SRP territory?
SRP.
I believe it's SRP, but I don't know that for sure.
They may not have the incentives that APS has, strangely enough. So there's opportunities there. So to say that solar is necessarily going to drive the costs up, yeah, if you're looking at the initial construction, but you can look at solar is going way down in price, and solar installation is as well. So
I would be willing to bet that within the next week we hear specific suggestions from you that we should consider and will.
Well, and the last thing I want to point out is that you built the only affordable workforce housing that's in the downtown area at Farmer Arts, and that had solar. And so you managed to do it somehow for that affordable and workforce project, right? So
that's a little bit different story.
Well,
Right.
the opportunities to do solar are not the same now as they were then,
Yeah, so
unfortunately.
much cheaper though too. But I can debate solar pricing with you all day. That'd be a fun thing.
I need to be educated on this. Let's do it later, because this is about 10 o'clock here.
You go ahead and figure it out, Carl.
Sorry, it's my job to be critical. I mean, and again, I love that this is a workforce housing project, but with every development, there's always a give and take and negotiation. We want to make the best project that there is, and this is going to be the first project. It's going to set some standards, and I know that you have high standards for your projects that you've been involved
We,
in.
by the way, want to make it the best it can be as well. We're excited about the opportunity to be the first thing in the Makers District and to do something that we can all be proud of.
Thank you.
We have a lot of homework to do, and we'll do it.
Thank you. Thank you for the workforce affordability part. That's great. Thank you. Did you want anything? Okay. All right, thank you.
Next item.
To be continued. Next item, 6B5, introduce and hold the first public hearing, adopt an ordinance, section 31A-10 of the city code relating to telecommunications license This is a public hearing item. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to discuss item 6B5? Could you get my attention? Seeing none. Next item is item 6B6, introduce and hold the first public hearing item to adopt an ordinance adopting and authorizing the mayor to execute a lease agreement with Tempe Life Care Village Incorporated to establish a community garden at Earhart Park. The second and final public hearing is scheduled for November 7th, 2019. This is a public hearing item. Is there anyone wishing to address the council on item 6B6? Could you please get my attention? Seeing none. Next item is the ordinance and items for second hearing and final adoption. The first item in this section is 6C1. This has been continued until the November 7th, 2019 council meeting. So the agenda items that are now scheduled for a second public hearing and final adoption will be considered now. These items were read and introduced on September 26, 2019, and votes will be taken tonight. Item 6C2 is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance authorizing the abandonment of a portion of a 30-foot storm drain easement located at 660 West Baseline Road, near the northeast corner of Baseline Road in Roosevelt. This is a public hearing item. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address us on this item? Could you please get my attention?
I make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve item 6C2. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Chin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion does pass. Next item, item 6C.
We're done. We're done, I think.
Let me see here. Yeah,
Right here.
Skip E-session as well.
Yep.
we already did.
We should be able to 6C7.
Next item is 6C7. Is to hold a second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance for an amended planned area development overlay development plan review for a new commercial development consisting of a 4-story, 150 key room hotel in a PCC-2 zoning district on Lot 2 of the Tempe Market Station located at 1953 East Rio Salado Parkway. The applicant is Barry Riddell. This is a second and final public hearing. Would the applicant like to make a statement?
Needs to be summoned.
Who's that, Wendy?
Good job, thank you.
Yeah, where is it, Wendy?
You didn't hear.
I mean, unless she's out, like, I mean, I don't know. Mm-hmm.
I told you I'd hurry him up.
All right, we're on item, just so you know, we're on your item, Ms. Riddell. Item 6C7 regarding the hotel.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor and Council, Wendy Riddell with the law firm Barry Riddell, 6750 East Camelback. My pleasure to be here on SJJ Rio Salado. We talked about this a little bit last time. This is a site that is C2 PAD that we were encouraged by economic development to come back in and to look at adding a little bit of intensity. So we have come forward with a hotel. So again, the site right across from Tempe Marketplace, part of the Smith Innovation Hub. We've been working with planning and economic development staff on that. Current entitlements are already C2, quite a few drive-throughs, and that's something that we're actually replacing here. And the proposal ultimately is to add a hotel. So with that, we're in agreement with all the stipulations. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Vice Mayor Cubey.
Last time I brought up the idea of solar, and you said you would talk to your clients, so do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Kuby. I did. Unfortunately, solar here is not something that they think fits with what they're doing. So it's not something that they're including at this time.
Okay. I'm disappointed.
Understand.
Mayor, I move to approve.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Keating, seconded by Councilmember
What?
Savage.
It's the second time you've done that
So I
tonight.
said Councilmember Keating approved, seconded by Councilmember Arredondo Savage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
No.
That motion passes 6-1.
Thank you.
Next item. Item 6C8 is to hold a second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance authorizing the granting of an easement to Salt River Project Agricultural Improvement and Power District over certain city-owned land at 56 South Priest Drive, identified by APN 124-27-013, authorizing the mayor as designee to execute an easement agreement and related documents. This is a public hearing item. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address us under item 6C8? Seeing none, is there a motion on item 6C8? It's been moved by Councilmember Adams. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Chin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, that motion carries. Next is item 6C9, is a wholly second final public hearing to adopt an ordinance authorizing the mayor or designee to execute an agreement granting a non-exclusive perpetual drainage easement as part of an access drainage and retention easement agreement for property located at certain city-owned land south of Warner Road and east of Interstate 10. This is a public hearing item. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address us or a motion on item 6C9?
Motion to approve.
It's been moved by Councilmember Adams. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Keating. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, that motion does carry. Next item is current events and council announcements. Councilmember Keating. Councilmember Arredondo Savage.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I didn't realize it was going to be so late, so hopefully you guys are paying attention. I just wanted to highlight, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, and I know we got this in our Friday packet in regards to the Community Services Chronicle. And I think it's something that's kind of new that's been going out, and I thought it was so cool that we should show something here so the public can kind of see some of the cool things that are happening in community services. And one of the things that's going on is this, and we talked about the expansion of what's happening with adaptive rec. Well, here you go, right here. So adaptive soccer for Tempe's adaptive soccer program. So very cool, started just this week, October 15th, so really excited to see more kids get involved and just really being a more inclusive community. So thank you for that. I don't know if there's another one. And then it's Go Time for Gamers. I like the evolution of what we're really doing when it comes to trying to find things for kids to do that I think just gets them thinking a little bit differently. And I love the idea that community services is just being innovative and different and thinking outside the box and trying to get kids involved in different things and teaching them a lot of different skills. So I certainly do appreciate that. And then I know we have another one for, so esports, I didn't know it was a thing, but it is now. The Tempe Book Festival, so mark your calendars for Saturday, November 2nd from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And I see that our very own, if you remember Dave Muncy being the keep your kids, watch your kids around pool.
Keep your kids safe around water.
Yeah, something to that effect, right? Yeah, so I think this is another really great opportunity. I have local authors, you can see booksellers, publishers. I mean, it's just going to be a really great day. So 10 to 3, Saturday, November 2nd, free, great for families. So come on out, and I think that's it. Thanks, Chris.
Councilman Navarro.
Thank you, Mayor. What are we doing? Okay. This photo right here is our faith-based photo. We had a meeting a couple weeks back, and Councilmember Arredondo Savage and Keating were part of this group. And once again, it was a great discussion, a little bit of a roundtable on the possibilities of working together through the city, through the faith-based community, and using their opportunities, our opportunities, and breaking down the silos and trying to help people within need to get them on the right path. So it's just another, added layer of what we're doing here within the city of not just only the services that we provide and the county and the state and everything else, but now we're tapping into our community and our faith-based community. So great turnout, great presentation, and more to come in March after we try to test this thing out and work with some people that can get them back on the right track. So this is just an awesome group right there. So thank you on that. This Saturday, the original Java with Joel is the Saturday 19th from 10 to 11 a.m. It's going to be right here in the outside area of the library, and we're going to be talking on active shooters and what we need to know and what you as a community or an individual need to know if, and hopefully not, we ever come across a situation like that, and what PD does, what fire does, and some good information. So I invite a lot of people to come out and take part of this. We'll also try to update on homelessness and what our community is doing and some of the things that we're tackling. So hopefully you guys can come out here Saturday, October 19th from 10 to 11.
Vice Mayor Keevy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So connecting with QB at the Connections Cafe, mine goes for 3 hours. Anyway, it's sort of drop-in, discuss anything you want to talk about in a really informal setting. So I look forward to seeing you all at the end of the last Saturday of the month. I hold those Connecting with QB events next. And then I want to alert you to the last weekend of the play The Dutchman, which is a searing portrayal of race in America, and directed by our own Ralph Remington, our Deputy Director of Arts and Culture. And I've heard great things about the play. I'm seeing the matinee performance. I'm hoping that you'll all line up for tickets. I think there are tickets still available, but please, this is why we have engaged the TCA with Ralph Remington to bring us really exciting programming that asks difficult questions and makes us confront some of our past and our present and our future. Next, Tempe Equal Pay. So the American Association of University Women says that our equal pay program is the best of its kind of any city in the country. So please tell anyone you know who's interested. If you live, work, play, just walk in Tempe. You can sign up for these basic salary negotiation classes, and you learn about your market worth, and you do role playing to learn about how to negotiate for that very critical first salary, which can determine your salary for decades to come. So we invite you all to register. You can go online and just type in Tempe Equal Pay, and you'll learn more about our wonderful program. Thank you.
Councilmember Adams.
Yes, our family Halloween Carnival is coming up. It's our 42nd annual Halloween Carnival, and it's going to be October 26th from 5 to 9 p.m. at the Kiwanis Park. Admission is free. There's a lot of games, attractions. There's great music. I usually go every year. Our Kiwanis sponsors it, and unfortunately this is the same night as game night. So I won't be able to attend, but I really would encourage people to attend. And also there's a great costume contest with really fun prizes. So I'd encourage everyone to participate and dress up in costumes. Last year there were thousands of people at this event. It's really fun. The kids get to play a lot of games, and there's great popcorn and snow cones and all kinds of good stuff. Second is we do have our game night coming up on that same night, October 26th. And council will be riding around the communities to the various neighborhoods and visiting our neighborhoods and hearing about your concerns and what's working in your neighborhood, what you might want to see changed. So I'm looking forward to seeing many neighbors that evening. And third is our walk-in mic night at Tempe Center for the Arts. And that's every Wednesday through November, and then it starts up again in January to May. And it's Wednesdays from 5 to 10 p.m. And you can go and play your music, and you have a chance to play in a friendly, attentive atmosphere. So I'd encourage people to experience that. Thank you.
Councilmember Chin.
I have 25 things I'd like to talk about. I am happy and proud to report that I recently visited the Johnny G. Martinez water facility in Tempe. I'm very proud to report that our water operators are doing a great job keeping our water supply clean and safe, which is very important. They work 24 hours a day, every day of the year, and that's my buddy Brian Cassins giving me a tour. Thank you. One last item, a big shout out to, and this happened in the last 6 to 8 weeks, but worth noting. This is a partnership that Tempe staff, Tempe Fire and Medical Rescue, Tempe PD, ASU staff and students, and ASU PD work together to literally walk the talk. They go into the neighborhoods and engage with the neighbors and talk about how to further engage, how to open lines of communication. And I think this is very important. So thank you to all.
Thank you. I just want to make one comment on Saturday. Obviously, ASU has a big football game against Utah, so let's make sure you're on the Sun Devils. And with that, we will now go to our public appearances. We do not have anything scheduled, but I do have 2 cards for unscheduled public appearances. According to Arizona open meeting law, the city council may only discuss matters listed on this agenda. Matters discussed by the public during public appearances cannot be discussed by the city unless it is specifically listed on this agenda. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. Speakers, visual aids, and recorded tapes are not allowed. Members of the public shall refrain from making any personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or becoming boisterous while addressing the city council or attending this meeting. Unauthorized remarks from the audience. The clapping and stomping of feet and yelling or any similar demonstrations are not prohibited. Some violations of these rules may result in the removal of the council meeting. Next, we have Valerie Khalid. How do you? Wow, it's not Valerie. It's V-A-L. How do you pronounce your name, sir?
Val Caldwell.
Valco.
Yes. I reside at 1415 East Apache Boulevard. For the past 2 years, I've been serving on the Tempe Aviation Commission. As you may know, one of the TAFCO's responsibilities is to monitor the implementation and enforcement of the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Phoenix and the City of Tempe concerning the operation of Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. The reason for my public appearance today is to bring to the attention to the City Council that at the last TAFCO meeting, which took place on Tuesday, October 17th, 2019, after the Commission has reviewed part of the 2018 annual compliance report, the Commission has found out that the number of total complaints from aircraft noise for 2018 has increased to 8,813 versus 60 in 2017. My main concern is that such a big spike in complaints shows that the 1994 IGA agreement has not been complied with. I'd like to call the City of Tempe to conduct an independent audit for the 2018 compliance report and make findings of such an audit public to the City of Tempe residents. I would also like to submit my written statement along with supporting documents for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Kaldoff. Thank you. Yeah, can you hand it over here to her? Thank you. Mr. Cliff Anderson.
Cliff Anderson, 513 East Erie Drive, Tempe, Arizona, Tempe resident for 24 years. Thank you for starting a working group on air quality. I haven't heard anything for a while, and now residential fire season is here. So I'm asking the city to take prompt action to avert yet another annual public health crisis. So I want to share with you a personal story, how smoke affects me. I was in a running race a couple of years ago. It was a trail race in McDowell Mountain Park. And about maybe a mile or so from the finish line, as I was competing for the finish line, I found myself in the plume of smoke. And I ran through that, and I was very excited to get a podium finish. So I pushed really hard, and I did what I thought I probably shouldn't do, and I finished breathing that smoke while I was exercising hard. And when I got to the finish line, I realized that I started having trouble breathing. And it was something I'd never experienced before. It was really scary to me. And so I'm thinking that I now understand what people who have asthma or COPD experience when they have trouble breathing. And I don't know if you know anybody who's had trouble breathing before. Maybe you've had an experience where you've had trouble breathing. It's a really scary thing. So I want you to know also that smoke, and this is something that you find on the county website, adversely affects a number of different segments of the population. It adversely affects children, elderly people, and people who exercise outdoors. So I also want to make sure that you're aware there's a correlation between emergency room asthma visits and particulate matter pollution during fire season. So that has been established as a correlation. There are 11% of Arizona children who currently suffer from asthma. So this is not a small number of people. An estimated 2,000 Arizonans per year die prematurely due to air pollution, primarily from exposure to particulate matter. That's double the number of deaths annually attributed to motor vehicle collisions. So these are really serious health issues, and all I'm asking is that to get started, that you do a public service announcements to educate the public about the health issues of residential burning. The county, the state, and the EPA all have adequate information, but our residents need to see this information and understand that there are hyperlocal effects and health consequences to wood burning in the wintertime. So thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Palmer.
Just real quickly, I'm Tim Palmer. I live on at 120 West Fairmont Drive in Tempe. We have a house on our street currently that has been gutted and under construction, and for a while was being inhabited by a lot of homeless people. And I just want to give a shout out to the Tempe Police Department, because many people on my street have reached out to the police department to deal with this problem, and they were highly proactive in dealing with the concerns of the residents on Fairmont Drive. And there were many people that also reached out to the code enforcement department for situations at the house that were going on, and they were highly responsive. And so everybody's very thankful for how things have been handled on this particular situation. One last thing I'd like to comment on is there's been a large amount of trees that have been planted on Mill Avenue between Alameda and Southern, and a lot of the trees are currently kind of in distress where, with the poles that are not supporting them. And I've reached out to Tempe 311. They seem to have been a little bit slow in the response to look after these trees because they're in the Tempe right away. And I would hope that somebody could look into that, because I'm extremely interested in Tempe urban forestation. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we are adjourned. Anyone else like to speak? Can we go to the order?
Say something there.
Barbara? All right, with that, we are adjourned. We do have an executive session we have to get to.